BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back. Now, this is the newspaper review segment of the BusinessDay Television Breakfast Show, where we explore top headlines on the front pages of our dailies. I'm your host, Destiny Mama. Joining me in the studio for more insight this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Good to have you, as always. And now let's go straight to the conversation. BusinessDay newspaper says that 4 states' pension arrears exceed revenue. 4 states' pension arrears exceed revenue. And on left hand side says that Lagos State 200 billion naira bond oversubscribed by 55%. And it also says that inflation slowdown beats forecast, boosts hope for bumper rate cuts. And right here we have that internet banking overtakes ATM POS as transaction surges by 34%. Internet banking overtakes ATM and POS as transaction surges by 34%. And here we have the picture of our president and the Minister of Finance and coordinating Minister of the Economy, and during President Tinubu's audience with Prince Edward at the Presidential Villa Abuja on Monday. And then from the far end of the newspaper on BusinessDay this morning says that inside UAC's blockbuster, 182 billion naira takeover of Chi. Well. Now, this is all we have this morning on the BusinessDay newspaper. And then talking about the big story here, it says 4 states pension arrears exceed revenue. Arrears distort state balance sheets and discourage investment. And this is by an analyst that says that the pension liabilities of Kaduna, Benue, and Adamawa and Taraba surpassed their internally generated revenues in 2024, highlighting the fiscal distress facing these subnational governments. And that's according to the board. It is 2025 State of States report. The 4 states collectively owed more in pension and gratuity arrears than they generated internally. Whoa.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I don't want to make excuses for those states, but let's now look at the facts on ground. First and foremost, there are 3 major things I'll look at now. 1, apart from tax here, tax there within the states, what do they generate money from? Apart from them getting allocation from FARC, right? What else do they generate money from, right? Yeah. Do they have natural resources? Do they have agriculture? Haven't said so now. Yeah. Let me now point out the states. Kaduna, for instance, back in the days, Kaduna was known for its ability to, to ship granules and all that stuff. This will keep them up like, pyramids, and this was in the 40s. At that time, Kaduna, Kano, those are states that you could tell were the market hub of that year, that generation, but no longer like that now. But I haven't said so. There's something that is even more worrying, is that these states, Kaduna, Benue, Adamawa, and Taraba, these are areas that terrorists play around. And when I say play around, I'm just using lack of a better term.
Of course.
Where they perpetrate their crime, especially Benue, where we're having issues surrounding, farmers and herders clash. Having said so, right? Is it possible that this could also affect the income of the state? It could also affect the income.
Yeah.
So the problem wouldn't miss their back. Meaning to say that pensions for those people who they've employed and those who have retired, right, will be there staring them in their faces.
Yeah.
Any money they get from FARC or whatever it is, which is federal government allocation, will go into servicing other issues.
Yeah, because I saw on the internet yesterday about some states that have they're not owing pension. Up until November, they have paid the pension. And I don't want to say I got a hold of the states, but I saw that, and I'm now coming to see that the states are actually not able to do this. Right. And then hearing from what you've just said, I want to believe that because of the revenues they're unable to match up to, coupled with the insecurity that is bedeviling the state, should be some of the challenges that they're facing. And it also says that the inflation slowdown beats forecasts and boosts hope for bumper rate cuts.
And this is according to budget.
Yeah, because it says that it slows to 7th consecutive month to 16.1% as food inflation drops. You will agree with me that food inflation dropped, right?
Actually, I agree. That would be me just trying to.
Because you see the way people are buying bags of rice, you know, so I fear that it might not skyrocket any moment again.
But you know, so rice is a stable food for Nigerians.
Okay.
And most companies who are employers, most definitely, they have this package where at the end of the year, their employees get a bag of rice.
Oh, okay.
Truth be told, we know that it is an extraction from their salary, but people, they don't want to tell anybody. Just okay, we have a bag of rice, you know, 13-month package. But so that explains why you can see, you know, bags and bags of rice coming to Lagos because employers are, you know, stacking them up to give to their employees at the end of the year. You know, but however, the issue of food security is a big issue. And are we getting better? The only way we can get better and get out of that food insecurity is if security in general is sorted out. If farmers can go back to the farm without fear of being intercepted or attacked by you know, Fulani headsmen or Boko Haram, you know, if farmers can actually be given that leverage by the government, subsidize some certain things so that there's proper mechanized farming, agribusiness experts come in, have cohesive conversation with them, you know, move from conferences to workshops to actual business on ground. If all this can happen, I think food insecurity will be a thing of the past.
It will actually, because it has actually, you know, it also heartbreaking knowing that people cannot go to the farm as normal as they would want to. Going to the farm is not an easy walk, but people that are willing to do this now are unable to because of the insecurity. When you hear people being slaughtered in their farms, it's really, really thought-provoking. It's touching, and it brought a lot of setbacks in our food security. But now that things are, you know, taking a turn for the better, we want to encourage that it stays that way and becomes better. Now here says that Lagos State 200 billion naira bond oversubscribed by 55%. Lagos State 200 billion naira bond oversubscribed by 25%. Here says that internet banking overtakes ATM POS as transaction surges by 34%. So, do you agree?
Straight up, I agree. I leave it at that, because in trying to break it down will mean us backtracking some certain things that today will not even be enough for us to break it down.
So what are those facts that you want to backtrack? Well, can you just pinpoint a little from the most that you have?
I can simply just tell anyone who wants to listen that, look, for what it's worth, right? One, the politics in this country will affect a lot of indices moving forward. Again, truth be told, the international bond too will also affect what it is that we are seeing. You cannot say, okay, it's void from it. Okay, it's inside US, okay, this is a different story now, right? But internal banking overtakes ATM, POS, you know, as transaction surges. Look, let's be honest. Bankers and banking system thrives more when people come and bank their money.
Okay.
And so if I can take my phone, right?
Yeah.
Transfer money to another person without leaving the comfort of my home. And I'm confident that money will get to the destination and whoever has to receive the money. And it works. The only thing I want to do it over and over and over again.
We want to do
Trust is now built. So I mentioned when I said different areas are affected, I mean the kind of policies we make. So they made a policy where, you know, interbanking can take place. The question now is, what about it being safe? What about investing, looking for what is worth, right? Can we be worried, or should we be worried about some fraudsters who are trying to target people's banking system? However, in this particular headline here, that is telling us, making us understand that, look, interbanking, right, overtakes the ATMs. The question now will be, would we not see in the future ATMs become a relic? Will ATMs now become, you know, a furniture?
A furniture.
Right? or will the POS operators now no longer have any other business? These are very key things. But the question now we should ask now is, why is it that you have more networks in POS points than they have in the ATMs? That question is for another day.
We don't have that question. Yeah, you've just made a valid point there. Right. But still boiling to that point where you said that at the comfort of your home, you're able to do big transactions. Why wouldn't you want to take that over and over again? Like if you have your token and you can make do with these transactions, and then the network is not bad, you want to do that again and again. I feel safe. I feel happy when I'm able to do those kind of big transactions without going to the bank. It shows that we've grown a lot. We've grown a lot in this sector. At least we should give it to the banking sector for that as well. And the ministers of finance and the CBN for actually giving leverage to this, point of sale and even internet banking to make it easy for the citizens. And very quickly moving on to the Guardian newspaper. The Guardian newspaper says that declining food prices, FEMA Naira, pool inflated to 15% national target. To 15% national target. And from the FRN, it says that mass defections in Dume predicts implosion in APC. Mass defections in Dume predicts implosion in APC. And here, having the face of Trump, says genocide, U.S. lawmaker alleges Tinubu lying, protecting own interests. And here says a PDP crisis may consume 2 governors' orders as factions fix parallel meetings. And from here, we're seeing that the inflation rate is being outlined here, how it is going down. It says that for rice is minus 24%, eggs minus 27%, beans minus 48%, gari minus 44%, groundnut oil minus 17%, soft drinks 67%, bag of sachet water 67%, carton of chicken 15%. And the headline inflation is saying that old base year 2009 33.88% and 24.23% in the media. And right now it's talking about 16.05% as of October 2024, March 2025, and October 2025. And that's what the data here is analyzing. And then from the lower part of the Guardian newspaper says that security fears deepen. Security fears deepen over schoolgirls' abduction. Slain General amid new assault. Security fears deepen over schoolgirls' abduction. Slain General amid new assault. And from this end says Obasanjo Fayose trade words over birthday fallout. Obasanjo and Fayose trade words over birthday fallout. You find that on page 4 of the Guardian newspaper. And it's underneath says the media wordsmith Dan Agbese dies at 81 as LNC orders mourn. And here says the far end of the newspaper says NIMC issues 124 million NINs as poor interagency relations stall data harmonization. Poor interagency relations stall data harmonization. And here it says 16 Taraba PDP lawmakers join APC ahead of Kefas. 16 Taraba PDP lawmakers join APC ahead of Kefas. And here it says WK military land feud. Dauda insists on rule of law.
Right.
Wow. A story that is actually very striking here. It shows that the declining food prices, FEMA Naira pull inflation to 15% national target, which we all know is good. And here says that mass defections in Dume predicts implosion in APC. What would you presume that means?
I mean, truth be told, even though there are other bigger stories, but let me just touch on this one. I mean, look, I'm not surprised that, at this age and time that we would, hear of mass, defections, I'm not surprised, because as the day goes by, as we get close to 2027, a lot of interest is going to rear its head. Those people who have been using, quote and unquote, hiding under the guise of, either, oh, I follow so person because he or she is the party bearer of the party, or I follow whoever it is. At the end of the day, they say when push comes to shove, right? When the weather becomes thick, that's when you now know truly who is loyal to who. And in politics, like I always say, no permanent friend, and no permanent enemy. Only permanent interests.
I agree with you. Talking about these mass defections here and there, a lot of alleged stories are cropping up about, money's going, some people, I was, talking to someone yesterday, and they're saying something, like, the one-party system thing is not just because people want the one-party system. It's because of what they stand to gain, shifting to that party. And the person is alleging that, because of the fuel subsidy that was removed, there's so much money to be spent. And so because they don't know what to do with the money, they give it to those politicians to join the said party. So I don't know what we make of that. Should it be left as an alleged, word or something? Well, saying that billions of naira fly in the air just because they want people to come to a particular party. Should that be fair on the citizens?
Of course, most definitely. It's so in the game of politics, they say the rules changes as you go about it.
Of course.
Well, unfortunately, the rules get to favor those who have the most money. And the people who have the most money are the ruling party.
Okay.
And the ruling party obviously has money to spend. Now, wherever they get the money from, that's probably not our business. Okay. Well, our business is, we hope that the money is not, put this way, it's not used to influence and, twist the thoughts and the minds of good, well-meaning Nigerians.
Yeah.
Right? Such a way that they will lose integrity.
Yeah, but it's all alleged information. Hearing, I'm talking about 250 billion naira, going to some
and also
some politicians, and then more billions to other low politicians, and all of that. Now, if people are going and scampering on their feet to go to these parties because of what they stand to gain, are you actually not seeing what I am seeing? Because now look at here in Taraba State, we're seeing that 16 Taraba PDP lawmakers join APC ahead of KEFAS. Why the rush? What's going on? Is that something the politicians are not telling us? Because there's so much to smell.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you. If the politicians are not telling us anything, right?
Yeah.
It is even worse for them, because eventually these things will come back and bite them. But for us now, what's even more important is that we have a formidable opposition party to be able to run this race 2027. Remember, we run a multi-party system in our country.
Yeah.
The idea of one-party system can never work, will never work, and has never worked.
Opposition is important.
Already, Nigerians have to swallow the Muslim ticket.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether I'm a Christian or Muslim, but just the way I could have frowned at Christian tickets, or maybe a traditional worshiper ticket. Carry everybody along. However,
everyone along.
However, again, this is just political science going on. But for what it's worth, I think that if we keep experiencing this so-called defection thing, it will get to a point where, in fact, not even get to a point, we're already there, where we say, look, I give you money, I buy you over. So now, initially I said, wherever they're getting the money from doesn't concern us. Now it concerns us.
It does.
Hope is not Nigerians' hard-earned money, taxpayers' money that they're using to play. This is a game of politics, game of numbers, and
because if the subsidy is bringing so much, it's bringing so much money into our coffers, should it not be used to do a lot of things? Should it not be used to tear a lot of roads? Especially in Lagos, where we know that we have limited roads, and then we are seeing prospect of roads that can be torn, and all of that one, and other areas and other places in Nigeria as well, where economic value can be added on roads. Why wasting it on just trying to get a one-party system. And the big story here says that security fears deepen over schoolgirls' abduction, slain general amid new assaults. That's schoolgirls' abduction. We're going back there again in the midst of this genocide threats or genocide reality from the U.S.
In fact, it's far more worrisome.
Yeah.
That at this point in time, that we'll talk about more girls being kidnapped, when the ones that were kidnapped many years ago
not
returned. They're no longer girls, they're now women.
They're now women.
Maybe we should look at the follow through with what is saying here in the Vanguard. In line with your last topic there, your last headline says how bandits kidnapped 25 KB school girls.
Yeah, before we even go into the Vanguard newspaper, we'll still talk about this bandits issue because a very important thing. That's what's making the rounds now, because this is high on insecurity and we are not going down on it. We are not allowing it, to thrive in our society, right? Let's see about the passenger fire shade trade words over birthday fallout. Now that's a bit embarrassing if you ask me. Now this is somebody's birthday and then all these kind of things, kind of worms are coming out, which is actually not right. We would have really spoken about the Vanguard newspaper and all of that, but then let's hear what we have on that bandit story on the Vanguard newspaper.
Okay, very quickly. So, like I did say, it says how bandits kidnapped 25, KB schoolgirls. Unfortunately, we thought this was supposed to be a thing of the past, but it is now, coming to bite us again in this country.
Yeah.
Sad enough, the Chibok girls' story was not concluded. I mean, some of the girls
do not know the end of the story.
Some of them have become women.
Yeah.
And now we're now seeing how bandits have now kidnapped another 25.
Another 25.
School girls.
I can't imagine losing a school child, a girl.
And there you can see page 5. And then very quickly down here, before we jump into the cartoon of the day, suspension as factions battle for PDP secretariat. All right. Yeah. So the remaining ones, it's just something we've read before because of time. Maybe we should go into the cartoon of the day.
Okay, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day before we move on. Okay, for the cartoon of the day, we see the person says, something is cooking, and he's stirring a pot, and from the pot we're saying that 2026 tax reform. Wow.
So for those of you who don't know, come January, I guess most people will have 3 cars will now scale it down to 1.
Okay.
Those who obviously are planning on giving birth to another child will think again because this tax laws is going to hit very hard.
Oh my God.
The fact that the image in that picture is smiling makes you understand that, the future might be, bright for the image smiling, but at the same time, will the future be bright for what it is that will be served?
I think experts have said that the tax reform thing, it's a welcome idea, and it's going to add to the revenue, it's going to add to the GDP, it's going to do a lot for us as a nation.
You already have starving Nigerians who are hungry.
Yes.
And now we're taking away.
But the tax reform is also saying that it's going to be lenient on the starving Nigerians. I think some part of the reform is saying that they're going to be lenient on the starving Nigerians, like you just described, and they actually know where to get these revenues from, these tax firms that will actually, make good sense, right, and do a lot for the nation. Okay. Well, I think that's where we draw the curtain. Thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. Now, this is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is Business Morning, which will be anchored by yours truly. Stay tuned. Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now, let's bring you the news in details. Nigeria's inflation rate fell again for the 7th consecutive month to 16.1%, well below many economists' projections, making leeway for a sizable reduction in the benchmark rate. Annual inflation decelerated to 16.1% in October from 18.02% in the previous month, as reported by the National Bureau of Statistics. Business Day's survey of 8 economies had projected a fall in the inflation rate to 17.8%. Analysts at Cardinal Stone projected further moderation in inflation as the drivers that were obtainable in September 2025 are likely to persist. And this deceleration was driven by declines in both food and core inflation, as food inflation dropped to 13.1% year-on-year in October from 16.87% in September 2025, attributed to softer prices of staples such as maize, garri, beans, eggs, and tomatoes. Similarly, core inflation slumped to 18.7% in October 2025 from 19.53% in September 2025. And moving on, President Bola Tinubu on Monday revealed that Nigeria's trade with African countries has already exceeded projected intra-African trade estimates by as much as 13% in 2024. The president was stated that intra-African trade is projected to expand from 15% in 2023 to 25% by 2030 under the African Continental Free Trade Area framework. Says Nigeria's non-oil exports to African markets increased by 38% year-on-year in 2024. Tinubu also revealed that cargo clearance time at major seaports has reduced by about 30% since 2023. And speaking in Abuja when he declared open the Customs-Pact Partnership for African Cooperation in Trade, the president, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, expressed delight to be part of the event, which brought together partners and leaders from across the continent, saying that it demonstrates a collective resolve to discard the old habit of accepting slow borders as destiny. And still on, the managing director of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, Kingston Sawyer, has revealed that the agency has disbursed 116 billion naira in tuition fees and student upkeep allowances across public tertiary institutions since the scheme began. And Sawyer revealed this in Abuja when he emphasized that the disbursement is a milestone in the federal government's commitment to affordable and inclusive tertiary education. The Loan Fund's managing director further explained that the sum of 65 billion naira has been paid directly to 239 public tertiary institutions, including universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education, for the students whose loan applications were approved. And so added that an additional 51 billion naira was also disbursed as monthly upkeep allowances directly to the beneficiaries. And now to end the news, the South African rand was flat for much of Monday's trading session as investors awaited domestic inflation data and an interest rate decision later this week. The rand traded at 17.0775 against the US dollar at the same level as Friday's close, as traders shrugged off S&P Global's first credit upgrade of South Africa in nearly 20 years. And this week's economic calendar will feature October consumer inflation figures and September retail sales data on Wednesday, followed by the central bank's interest rate decision on Thursday. Economists reportedly expect that the Monetary Policy Committee will cut its main lending rate by 25 basis points to 6.75%. On the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the top 40 index was flat, though the benchmark 2035 government bond was firmer, with a yield falling 4 basis points to 8.615%. All right, now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing our first topic on Business Morning. Stay with us. back. You're still watching Business Morning on the Business Day television breakfast show. Now let's go straight to the conversation. The first conversation for today. Talking about Nigeria's inflation falls to 16.1%, below economists' forecast. Nigerian inflation rate continued its steady decline in October, dropping to 16.1% according to new data released by the National Bureau of Statistics. Now, the figure came in well below economists' forecast, which had projected the rate to settle between 17 and 17.8% of the month. The latest reading marks the 7th consecutive month of easing inflation, extending a trend that has brought relief to households and businesses after more than a year of double-digit price pressures. Now, analysts attribute the slowdown to easing food prices, improved foreign exchange liquidity, and more stable supply conditions across key sectors. Food inflation, which makes up the largest share of Nigeria's consumer basket, recorded one of its sharpest declines in recent months, helping pull down the overall headline rate. And despite the positive year-on-year trend, month-on-month inflation edged higher to 0.9% from 0.7% in September. A reminder that prices are still rising, albeit at a much slower pace than earlier in the year. Our softer inflation outlook is expected to influence monetary policy in the coming weeks. Analysts say the Central Bank of Nigeria may have room to consider a modest interest rate cut as its next monetary policy committee meeting, especially as inflation continues to trend downward ahead of year end. Economists, however, caution that risks remain and festive season demand, possible fuel price adjustments, and even global supply disruptions could slow the pace of this inflation. Nonetheless, the latest data offers cautious optimism for consumers and businesses hoping for more stable prices heading into 2026. Now, joining us this morning is Mr. Mokhtar Mohammed, CEO of Finance by Mokhtar, and a world-class financial analyst. Good morning, Mr. Mokhtar.
Thank you, Destiny. Good morning.
Thank you for joining us on Business Morning. Now, very quickly, how significant is the role of easing food inflation in the current disinflation trend?
I didn't get that question. Please, can you come again?
I'll repeat again. I said, how significant? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I said, how significant is the role of easing food inflation in the current disinflation trend?
Well, Destiny, food is the key in Nigeria. I mean, lower food price have big impact on household, especially the poor of the poor, because that's basically what drives them to go out to be able to put food on their table, not necessarily looking for housing and other luxury. They just want to put food on their table. So when you see such price come down, I think it's good. It might not be high, so much low like we expected it to be. But again, from where we are coming from, it looks good. But again, we must realize that this, like you said in your report, it's not yet time to so much say the inflationary pressure really eased. But it's good we are starting from food inflation. This is largely driven by low price of PMS, especially PMS. I think that is what is driving that. And also, you look at finished product, stable price of diesel also has helped in also bringing down food inflation, especially when you look at cost of production. You know, it's almost like there is no power in some of these companies that are involved in finished products. So I think the good news is that no matter how we see it, food inflation is better now. I was in Ibadan over the weekend, and somebody was looking at the cost of a basket of tomatoes. We used to be maybe in Lagos about 25,000, and then they got it in Ibadan for 15,000 naira. So that tells you that food inflation is gradually coming down. But again, it still also depends on the location that you are. And if you look at that report, also see the place with the highest inflation, whether food inflation, is Ekiti State. So that tells you that there's still a lot of work to be done so that we could have food being supplied. And this is normally what you call the destruction supply chain. Why is it being destructed? Why is the food cheaper in Ekiti than Lagos? Why is food expensive in Ekiti than Ibadan? And why is tomatoes just within 2 hours from a particular spot? It's cheaper than it. So those are things that we need to look and begin to look at solution on how to make sure that we have a uniform deflation in terms of food inflation.
All right. Talking about having a uniform situation, I agree totally. But month-on-month inflation still increased. What does this tell us about underlying price pressures in the economy?
Destiny, you see, we celebrate this, the government celebrate this, but you know why. It's largely driven by rebates. It's all about rebates, inflation reduction because of the rebasing. And so what we are seeing now, that's why some people will say that it doesn't look real. When you go to the market, what you see is different from what they are trying to tell us that it is. Yes, month to month, you see those numbers stay high because again, if you look at year to year, then you have to look at last year we did not rebase at this time, so we rebase now. So year to year, it looks low. But again, when you look to month, you realize that inflationary pressure is still there. So what it tells you is that what we are enjoying now is just a rebase type of reduction in inflation. But again, to really enjoy that reduction, the physical side still needs to do a lot, not just only rebasing. They also begin to look at other areas that are influence this inflationary month-to-month inflationary pressure. So definitely, I am not surprised about that because again, when you look at, like I said, last year it was almost 31% at this time. By the time we rebased, we saw we're at 28%, and we saw that come down to I think about 21%, and now we are moving based on that rebasing. Like I always say, and I've said it in your program, rebasing in itself will not bring down inflation, but it open up other areas for investors, and that is why I keep saying that the core drive of inflation in Nigeria is FX stability. So because now FX volatility, because now based on this inflation, you can see a inflow of foreign investors, either portfolio investors. We are not seeing more of direct investors. So that inflow also is helping stabilize exchange rate. And that also is what is responsible for the reduction. So you could say that that is the only way you see rebasing helping bringing down inflation. But like I say, it's just portfolio in terms of equity investment. If you really want to see the real effect on your economy, we have to have foreign direct investors that will come in here and then begin to establish companies, create jobs. And once jobs are created, people begin to have disposable income, then supply now improve, then you see inflation will naturally come down.
So now, to what extent has exchange rate stability actually influenced the latest inflation figures?
Definitely, exchange rate is key. Let me tell you, if you look at what we are enjoying now, when did we start enjoying it? We started enjoying it, it's got 7 consecutive months of inflation coming down. If you go back to 7 months ago, 8 months ago, you know what the inflation is. 7 months after, you saw that was when we started seeing this steady decline in terms of exchange rate volatility. Started seeing the naira gaining over the dollar. And so from that point up to this point, we continue to see that by that virtue of those gains, then the inflationary pressure started coming down. And what that tells you is that inflation itself is not driven by more of this cut rate, do rate like this. It's largely driven by FX volatility. So they were able to see that. And once the retail side of FX market was improved upon, we didn't have those problems any longer. So I totally agree that exchange rate is key. I kept saying it when the CBN were cutting rate, hiking rate. I said, no, that is not the challenge. The challenge is FX stability. Because Destiny, whether we like it or not, we don't have the machineries here to make some of these goods into a finished product. So we have to import those machineries. And once you import those machineries, you are looking towards FX to bring it in. So that is what was responsible. So I'm happy that people are beginning to see that if FX stability has a role to play in bringing down inflation. Before now, people think, oh, Nigerian inflation is driven by supply destruction, is driven by too much liquidity. And like I keep saying, if you reduce liquidity in the system, you are killing one of the most vibrant sectors of the Nigerian economy, which is largely driven by liquidity, the informal sector. I go back again to this weekend when I was in Ibadan also, in terms of the tomatoes issue. When we are about to pay, and we said we wanted to pay by transfer, they refused. They said they need cash because they will go to the rural area. And in the rural area, they want their cash.
Exactly.
So when you reduce liquidity in the system, you are killing the informal sector in Nigeria. So we kept saying that that is not the challenge. The challenge is FX. If you buy tomatoes, if you buy tomatoes in the market and you want to make it into tomatoes peps, who you go to the company to do it, that company machinery is being imported. So it will impact the cost of production. Cost, and again, power is expensive. Even if you talk about, like I talk about disease stability, it has helped drive that because most of the companies, agricultural companies in Nigeria that are located in the close to the farm base, the rural area, they don't have power. So they're normally driven by diesel. So stability in diesel also has helped drive down this inflationary pressure. So by and large, I think exchange rates stability is key to Nigerian inflationary pressure going down. Go through the years, study the data over through the years, you realize that once we start having stable exchange rates, inflation naturally comes down.
So now, does this actually sustain decline in inflation signal, like a structural improvement, or is it largely driven by temporary or even seasonal factors?
It's structural because, again, when you look at the FX market, you see we are not getting those round tipping any longer. We are not getting those extraordinary exchange rates. We are not seeing a lot of demand like it used to be from the retail sector because liquidity has improved. And you have to give that. That's a structural reform that is causing that, especially when now banks, Naira card can now be used as a medium of exchange when you are on payment online. So that tells you that there's enough liquidity, and this liquidity that we enjoy now was largely driven by structural reform, especially in the FX market. Yes, we can say that, but again, we can also look at that and then say, is it really in our hands? If we have any external shock, we will go back to where we were before. That is the main challenge. But again, if you are saying we have gotten external shock, because the external shock that we are currently suffering from has to do with our low price of oil, because the government benchmark was $75 per barrel, but at the moment it's selling for $65 per barrel. So we have a shortfall of $10, and yet our reserve is improving. This is due to the structural reform that has been able to bring integrity and stability in that space, and also attract inflow. And those inflow are now used to boost our reserve. So definitely you can say that it's a structural issue that has been able to deal with. Sustainability of structure, that is the major challenge. I keep saying, if you go through the history of Nigerian exchange rate, there are times that for over 6 to 7 months, over 6 years, 4 years, from 3 to 4, 5 years, 6 years, we always enjoy those stability. Everything is stable. The exchange rate is stable. It becomes very fixed. But once there's an external shock, you see that we reverse all the gains that we have been able to achieve the past 6 years. But what has made that is that we do not think of diversification once there is stability. The only time we think of diversification is when oil price is bad. You hear about, let's divert the economy. But once there is stability in the oil price, we are back to status quo.
What sectors or even consumer groups actually stand to benefit the most from this downward inflation trend?
I think what side of the consumer goods is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that what's sectors or consumer groups stand to benefit the most? That is a sector or the consumer group that stand to benefit the most?
The agricultural sector, because again, like I said, food is key. So if we have low inflation, then the consumer group, the agricultural sector will benefit more first. Then you go to the other consumer good companies. But again, you have to look at the raw materials for most of these consumer good companies. The Nestles of this world, the Unilever of this world is always coming from those agricultural products. So definitely, the agricultural sector will tend to benefit more. Then it will split into those finished product companies, those value chain companies, like I just mentioned. So, and the agricultural sector is definitely the one to benefit more, especially with the stable exchange. So they're able to bring in machines for the proper consumer goods like the Nestle, the Unilever, the PZ. So they have stable exchange. So they are bringing in those machines, and they are also attracting those products from the farm to them. So definitely the consumer goods, the agricultural sector will be the lead in terms of benefiting from this low inflationary pressure.
All right, and so how do you expect the Central Bank of Nigeria to respond? How do you expect the Central Bank of Nigeria to respond to at the next MPC meeting? Do you anticipate a rate cut?
No, Destiny, I don't think so, because like what I've said, they know that this is largely driven by the rebasing. So they will see how much of inflow they have in those areas that have been opened up through the rebasing. And if those inflows are enough to sustain the current trend they are staying, then they will definitely cut rates. That will be based on data that is with them. But as I'm sitting here now, when you look at the Central Bank of Nigeria, when you look at how they have been able to deal with inflation, you realize that they are very conservative in dealing with inflation. Before now, when the other management team led by Emefiele were there, we all were thinking that, when you have a new management team, there will be a change. But remember when they came in, it was same of saying, just keep cutting keep hiking the rate for a very long time until they are so confident that they've been able to deal with those issue of FX liquidity, and you saw them the cut rate. So I think they will be cautioned, because again, the fear will be that if you do that, we are going into a festivity period in December. Like I said, that's where liquidity moves in Nigeria. And don't forget, not only the festivity period that we see, by next year, between March, April, May, we are going to the electoral processes. I know Nigerian election is always driven also by cash. So they will tend to stabilize the gains that they have and be sure that these gains, like I said, good as structural as they are, what is that structural foundation they have? Is that foundation solid enough to continue to drive on an interest rate cut, or you just maintain the status quo and attract more inflow by stable FX, and then you can now say, okay, we could continue to have steady cuts and now be able to put up a very good structural foundation. And so that structural foundation will be able to absorb whatever liquidity that will be coming in during the festivity period and also during the electoral challenges.
Okay. So what policy actions are needed to maintain the momentum of disinflation over the medium term? Like what specific government interventions have contributed to the easing of inflation in recent months?
I'm happy, Destiny, to say government intervention.
Yeah.
Because I keep saying whatever we are enjoying in this disinflation that we are enjoying, a reduction in inflation, it's largely driven by my monetary policy tools. So for us to begin to see the benefit, the physical side have to play a major role. And that major role should be driven in terms of strategic intervention in key areas that you think can drive productivity and reduce inflation.
Okay.
And that is why we keep saying that government has improved in terms of revenue to the 3 tiers of government. But no matter the amount of revenue you have, you cannot be able to take up a lot of infrastructural challenges that are coming. So you need to work on that. Getting the PPP so that they can help you handle infrastructure while you keep investing in key areas to make sure that Nigeria have disposable income. What are those key areas? Education and healthcare. Especially when you talked about healthcare, you shouldn't be thinking about the big hospital. You should be thinking about the primary healthcare centers. Our local government be able to develop those healthcare centers so that instead of me going to the chemist and spend more, I go to the healthcare center, I spend less, and that means my disposable income has improved for me to consume, and then those goods have also come down. So, and this has the snowball effect on businesses. So for me, the key intervention for government will be how they are able to use this improved liquidity to develop key sectors, especially education and health. Education should not be all about all the big schools, all the infrastructure that you have, good schools, pens, the school have school desks. This also should come up with teachers, good teachers, so that people can move their children from a private school and move them to a public school, and then be able to have more disposable income. Because for Nigerian economy to continue to strive, for Nigerian economy to continue to create jobs, the informal sector is largely driven by consumption. So once people are able to improve their disposable income, then consumption will improve, and that will bring more businesses, and that also will help create more jobs for ordinary Nigerians.
Oh, wow. All right, well, thank you, Mr. Mokhtar, for your addition in the inflation story. But I want to ask that you still stay with us so we can, talk to you more on pension issues, because I know you're very good, with pension talks coming up shortly after this break. Please stay with us.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome back to Business Morning, and now moving on to our second conversation for today, talking about PENCOM advances pension reform with full November disbursements, broader coverage plans. Okay, now the National Pension Commission, PENCOM, has announced a significant operational milestone. That is full pension payment for November retirees. And this has been completed, marking what the Commission calls the end of chronic delays in accrued rights disbursements for Treasury-funded ministries, departments, and agencies. According to PENCOM's head of corporate communications, Ibrahim Buwai, reforms to remittance systems coupled with recent bond releases from the federal government have driven greater efficiency. The Commission also confirmed that retirees expected to exit service in December will receive their accrued benefits by mid-month ahead of the festive season. Concerning this matter, we are still talking to Mr. Mohammed Mokhtar, the CEO, Finance by Mokhtar. Thank you for staying with us, sir.
Thank you, Destiny.
All right, sir. Very quickly, on pension disbursements and operations, PENCOM recently announced the completion of payment for November retirees. What operational changes enabled this improvement? It's actually sounding good.
I think what we have seen enough of liquidity in the pension space. And so they are able to take up high deals, and this is largely, I think this is largely driven because of the federal government have paid a backlog of their pensions area that they are not paying to the commission. So I think the commission will have more liquidity outside of those that they have invested. And also don't forget, like they said in the report that you just gave, also investment has been in the investment climate has been good for the pensions fund administrator. They have been able to improve, especially whether they are doing federal government bond or they are in the equity market. Returns have been very good, and also that has also improved their liquidity. You see, this pensions story is one of the stories that we need to sell to the world, where we see a decision by previous administration having a positivity in all other administration because of continuity without a policy somersault. This is, I think, I stand to be corrected. When President Obasanjo came to power, when he came up with this pension reform that have driven pension to where it is today, I think that seems to be the only program that, since the advent of civilian administration, has been consistently constant. Every administration have come in and tried to improve upon upon it. So I started because maybe the EFCC is one of the next, but the EFCC was not established immediately President Obasanjo came to power. I think that was established when he was in his second term. But the pension reform, the pension commission was established in his first term, and this was because of the large pensioners that were still waiting to collect their pension. And at that time, also he, the serving president, was a pensioner. So he came up with a little bit of experience and established this contributing pension scheme. And every administration, you have to give them kudos, have looked at way to improve this pension scheme by appointing people that are very seasoned and good. Yeah, you can't say we don't have our challenges. We have a challenge, but they're not being directly with PENCOM. You know, the challenges they have with the police pension scheme, MENA and others, how a lot of money went missing. So, but in this current private sector driven pension reform, we have seen integrity, we have seen consistency, we have seen innovation, and we have seen good governance.
All right, then now this actually is the opposite of what is happening in the north right now. We saw on the dailies this morning that somewhere in Taraba, Adamawa, and other northern states, like 4 other northern states, they are not experiencing about the same thing. In fact, the reverse is the case. Why do you think this divide is very, very obvious?
Well, we have to be clear what type of staff are they? Are they federal government or are they state government? I think Lagos State has its own state government pension scheme whereby they make sure that pensioners of Lagos State government are being paid. Remember, even of recent, the governor celebrated that he has been able to pay up virtually every pensioner arrears. On those states also, I think Osun State, the governor also was celebrating how he was able to pay arrears that have been held over the years. So I think the challenge with this state that you have mentioned now would also be because of lack of liquidity in the side of government. Okay. They don't have enough in terms of money to pay off all their pensioners. Or it could just be administrative challenges that could be resolved as soon as possible.
Okay, then. So can you confirm that the era of a delayed accrued rights payment for MDAs is fully over? What mechanisms will ensure sustainability?
Destiny, I think is over. But you have just brought up a point that Adamawa, but we have not confirmed that state government. But I think it's over. I think it's over because, again, that's why we keep talking about the private sector. We are seeing a pension scheme that is evolving and good management. I think the present management team led by Fola Diola, the chairman of the current pension, I think is going to bring a lot of innovation because he's one of those people that even were the brain behind the kind of financial revolutions that we have seen in our bank thus far. So I think it could extend that to the pension administrator scheme, and I think there will be more sustainability, more improvement, and I think it will be sustained.
Okay, so then how is PENCOM addressing recurring remittance failures from defaulting employers?
Unfortunately, Destiny, the government is the more culprit of that. So I don't know who they will not hold responsible for that from government, because government will tell you we didn't have enough money, oil was not good. We've not been able to meet our quota. At least we are trying to see how we can do about it. But normally there's a law for a private sector employer that if you have up to 5 staff, they must be part of the contributing pension scheme, and you must make sure that you remove that pension and make sure it is paid on their name with whichever pension administrator they decided to be with. And I think, and there's a penalty if you default as a company. So what I would say is that it's either that penalty is not really being implemented. People have not seen people being punished for not paying pension that they were, for not remitting pension that they were supposed to remit, until we begin to see an enforcement of that rule to say that if you fault in this case, the law will take its course. We will continue to have those challenges.
Okay, now, so what role does the new MOU with ICPC play in strengthening compliance and accountability?
Fantastic. But now, how how effective will be the ICPC?
Yeah.
I think it's very good. So what it means is that whoever is the head of remittance or pension remittance, the eyes will be on him to make sure that when those money are released to be remitted, they will be remitted rather than taking it to a bank and putting fixed deposit. You know, the greatest pain of Nigerian problem is corruption. So when the agency that is supposed to fight corruption is not involved in the process to make sure that there's no corruption, definitely we'll see this. I think it's a good move by the Pension Commission to have the ICPC there also to make sure that remittance that are meant to be remitted are remitted and are remitted in due time rather than remitted after some of it was accrued interest to private pockets, not even government pockets.
So now can you explain the current processing timeline for retirees from documentation to first payments? You know, because PECOM has actually prioritized expanding coverage to the informal sector. So what specific obstacles have actually slowed adoption in the past?
For the informal sector?
Yes.
I think it's lack of awareness. It's lack of awareness. I think education is key.
Okay.
I like the current pension act. Is it 2.0, whatever they call it, that was brought up by. I think it's a good scheme whereby you're trying to bring the private sector, individuals can also have pension, pay up pension on their own as a business, whether it's a one-man business, whether you cannot decide to say you want to prepare for retirement, you want to be putting money aside. And I like the new act also by the president to also involve to make it that if you're a pensioner, you also will have health insurance part of your pension scheme. So once you are there, you now have an health insurance that you can go for treatment. And that is the basic key when you are getting older, when you retire from work. You need more of health checks. So bringing that process of health insurance for me also is fantastic. This also could help attract the informal sector because they also want to be benefiting from health insurance where they don't have to pay from their pocket. I think that also will benefit them. They will want to do that. Then secondly, again, you look at the area of infrastructure. So there's going to be infrastructure form from PENCOM that will be used to construct roads, credible roads, also very busy road, and in turn earn income by doing those. So all these are good processes that are going to improve and keep improving and help the pension scheme grow.
So now how does the upgraded personal pension plan, PPP, improve accessibility for traders, even artisans and gig workers?
I just mentioned it. It's affordable for them. It comes with the health insurance benefits, and also it comes with enlightenment.
Okay.
You know, the challenge destiny in Nigeria is enlightenment. People need to be enlightened too.
People need to be enlightened, I agree.
A particular policy will help.
True.
So those enlightenment will drive most of them. Most of them don't even know that the pension that they can actually do individual pension plan for themselves. So when they begin to know now, they will begin to take it. So enlightenment is key to get the informal sector. Don't forget, the informal sector is the largest employer of labor. So once you get those informal sector into that labor, into that pension bracket, now what it does for the government, that government will have more money, and the pension scheme is extending its services to other income area to generate more, so that they will be able to pay a pensioner at as when due. So once there's enough liquidity, they can also do those expansion to earn money, and then pensioners also will enjoy the benefit of it.
Then how will PENCOM ensure contributor confidence in communities with low trust in formal finance?
Education is still key. Enlighten them on education. You know, the average Nigerian thing, he will have the strength to work till he die.
Okay.
So you need to educate them that it will come to a point that your body cannot be able to carry
True.
it, so that you don't become a beggar. Then you can key into this. Then you have payment. They will pay for you. You also tell them that by venture of coming into this scheme, also you have an automatic health insurance to go to any hospital to treat yourself whenever you are sick. All these are what we excite them to want to be part of it. And then integrity, whereby they are not reading in the news that the Oga that came here had embezzled some of the pension form, had been arrested. And so all those things are what they will know, because for those average Nigerian influencers that want to join the pension scheme, once there's an issue that have to do with integrity, personally, I can assure you that they will not sleep. They'll be wondering, as my money gone, they are waiting for the money to come so that they can walk in there. So we need to build integrity so that we follow the rules of the pension fund administrators.
Okay, so then what digital tools or partnerships are in place to support real-time onboarding and contribution tracking?
I think there's a lot of partnership going on with Pencom. I think they're enlightening. And you know, this informal sector have a lot of society that they belongs to, group they belong to. I think they have to engage those group. They have to make presentation to them. They have to let them know their money is safe. They have to let them know how much they are getting for invest. So all this partnership is what will help them. They need to partner with the market women. They need to partner with the National Union of Road Transport Workers. All these are needed so that they can get a lot of Nigerians into the informal sector. I mean, into the tax bracket. That will create more revenue for Nigeria. But don't forget also that will also improve their own health, because they are able to go to hospital. Most pensioners, over 80 to 90 pensioners died in this country because they cannot afford health care. So all these things, when you put it there, definitely all these market people that you are trying to bring will be excited to want to join.
On the area of investment rules and asset diversification, Pencom recently broadened permissible investment channels, including derivatives, gold, and agricultural funds. So what risks and safeguards are in place for these new asset classes?
Well, number one, if you look at these asset classes that you just mentioned, there are classes that grow depending on the capital that you invest in. We're not saying you cannot lose capital, but these classes that I just mentioned is very, very rare. And then secondly, again, I'm talking about the infrastructural investment that they also want to do, build and operate a road, a very commercial, vibrant road. So definitely they are doing well in terms of investment. They talk about gold now. They are going to those conservative nature, gold and others. But again, how strong is their risk department? So they have to look at that to make sure that they are not just overreaching and pumping people money into an investment that is not properly managed and people will lose their pension. So I think there's still a lot of work to be done, but again, with what they have done, let's see how they are able to stabilize this in their own space, and then before begin to think of the other areas.
Of pension assets is actually expected to move into non-traditional investment classes in the short term.
Yeah, it's good. It's good for me. It's good. That what we call diversification of investment. That you not just sit down with only equity, only real estate, or no, they are not diversifying. These are very, very long-term safety, very safe investment. And so I'm happy with that innovation. But don't forget, Destiny, there's certain amounts that they can invest in those places. They can't just say, oh, all our money we are going to put it there. No, it doesn't work like that. According to the act, there are certain amounts you need to invest. There are certain amounts you need to keep in the. There's even as much as certain amount you have to keep at home. So definitely, I think it's looking good for every pensioner. When you look at this pension act that they're trying to evolve, you don't have to struggle to come and collect your pension any longer. They have your details, so they can just naturally pay it into your bank account and send you a letter to let you know that it has been paid. compared to before, whereby you have to travel from Maiduguri and come to Lagos or come to where your point of retirement before. I think that is where they are using technology also to improve the Pension Management Act.
All right, then. So how does PENCOM balance the need for higher returns with risk protection for retirees?
I think they have done that. Depending on your age, you have to agree. You want to, are you going to want them to do risk-free investment, or you want to do high-risk investment, or you want to just be conservative, or you just want to do derivatives, so they have tried to. You make the choice. Their own is just to manage it, and they tell you the risks involved in the choice that you are making. So that also is key. So now it's not depending on your risk level, how much risk you want to take. But if you don't want to take any risk, you don't want to be seeing your money, you work so hard for it, then they'll tell you what to do, where to go, and everything. So I think that has been well cut out. It has been long overdue, rather than just pension fund just take their money and put in fixed in a commercial paper and say you cancel some amount, they shared within there. But now, at this time, is you are looking at how to improve their investment, but also they have to take a lead. Also, they have to play a role, because they have to choose what type of investment do they want to return. They don't want to invest in, and then you in turn will tell them the kind of return they should be expecting conservatively. I think that is a good one from this from the PENCOM.
Well, having said that, I just want to thank you so much, Mr. Mokhtar Mohammed, for having stayed back with us, to give more analysis on the pension scheme, as it concerns the full payment that have been made. I want to thank you so much for your time and for your very healthy and intelligent contribution so far on Business Money today. Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure to always be on your program, Destiny. Do have a pleasant week. And
thank you so much. And that's it for Business Morning today. Thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Momo. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story, and join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Money on The Breakfast Show.
watching Business Day Television.
You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television, and right now we are doing a big story. And on the big story today, Nigeria has spent decades debating the best way to educate its children. But one question keeps resurfacing. If learning truly begins with understanding, why do so many Nigerian children struggle in classrooms where the language of instruction feels foreign? We championed mother tongue teaching as a solution, yet the outcomes haven't matched the promise. So what really went wrong? Did the idea fail, or did the system itself sabotage it long before it had a chance? Now, today on The Big Story, we dig into the heart of this debate with someone who has spent years studying literacy, learning outcomes, and the place of indigenous languages in her early education. Talking about, let's join Professor Olajumoke Familoni as she unpacks why a policy meant to empower children now sits at the center of a national argument about quality, equity, and the future of learning in Nigeria. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Fine, thank you. So good to have you join us on that short notice. We appreciate your presence.
Thank
so
you.
now, very
Thank
quickly,
you.
when you look at Nigeria's mother tongue teaching policy, what do you see as the core intention behind it? And where did implementation start to break down?
You know, usually policies are good and they're well intentioned, but the problem is that
do we still have you? We'll go on a short break. When we are back, all right. We still have you. All right, go ahead, ma'am. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we will still be joined by the prof to give us more information on this trend. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policy.
Consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years. I think this is was recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts,
Welcome back to the big story on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Before the break, we were talking to Professor Olajumoke, and we're asking her questions on how many people argue that the concept never stood a real chance because schools lacked trained teachers, materials, and political will. So, Ma, do you agree that the system failed the policy, not the other way around?
Saying that the policy failed, what usually happens is the way we implement policies that ensures the success of it. If we have said that we want our students become literate in their own native language, if that is what we want, and that it is not in the, for what they get in their homes. Most homes really, for example, Yoruba, most homes still prefer to speak English to the students, to the children, than the Yoruba native. So where are they going to get it from if they don't get it from the school? So the policy itself is not, I think, that it's not, it is just how that was implemented. And when I remember way back in school when we were younger, we had, with Yoruba and all that. So why can't for teachers who taught those languages very well?
Okay.
Nice.
Can you hear me,
Maybe
Ma?
we need to see how. Yes. Yes.
Okay, now I'll say that away from that, right? Many people argue that the concept never stood a real chance because, you know, schools lacked trained teachers, materials, and political will. Now, do you agree that the system failed the policy, not the other way around?
I agree that, yes, the necessary equipments or necessary to encourage the teachers in the subject matter. Also, if the teacher is teaching a particular language or subject, how proficient are they in that subject matter? So proficiency is very key to training. So training to me is very crucial, and it might be a lack of the training that have been one of the reasons for the fall. I'm thinking, how many Yoruba teachers are there in other languages as well? How proficient that they can now transfer that learning or that training to students.
Critics.
Did that answer your question?
All right. Can you hear me, Ma? Critics say mother tongue.
I can hear you.
Yes, critics actually say that mother tongue teaching actually slows children down in acquiring English, now which they need for upward mobility. Now, is this backed by research or is it a misunderstanding of how early learning works?
I'm not sure that is a right generalization.
Okay.
I think that's a lot of generalization in the sense that what empirical research backs up that students that are proficient in Yoruba language in their homes have issue with learning English. I grew up in a Yoruba home and went to school and learned English and all that. And I would use myself as an example and, maybe translate to the others. In my own thinking, I'm not sure that generalization can be said to be, right. I don't agree with that generalization. That's all.
But from the outlet perspective, right? What does literacy look like?
Say that, outlet, we have taught a lot of teachers. We have done a lot of teacher training in in Ogun State, Ekiti State, Kwara State, and all that, not in English, but in entrepreneurship. And in training teachers, what people only give what they can, what they know. So the fact that somebody even speaks Yoruba, I, for example, cannot teach Yoruba language, though I speak Yoruba language. So proficiency is very key. And training of the people that will teach that subject matter is very, I think that may be one of the reasons, really. But I don't believe that because people speak their native, it reduces their. I don't buy that idea.
Now, from the outlet business school perspective, right? What does literacy look like when children learn first in a language they understand compared to one they don't?
Well, I can't. When you go to school, you're taught in English language. We were taught, through that. And I'm not sure that the fact that we speak Yoruba at home, I'm not sure do this and knowledge of language that we're taught. If that's your question, that, you know, the fact that you speak a native tongue should not reduce your learning of another language, particularly the English language, which is a lingua franca. So in Ireland, for example, that English language we use to train our teachers or even our executives, and I don't see any other way. Any other.
Okay, so now,
language, which
all right, yeah, well said, Ma. Now, if we're being honest, Nigeria is multilingual, diverse, and politically complex. Did we underestimate the logistical realities, such as which language to teach, who decides, and how, to standardize?
That's where the implementation issue happens. Say that students eat, for example, which is mainly Igbo language. Yes, you teach English, but you still say you choose between English, Yoruba, or Hausa when they are eating, or in the north where it's spoken. And it's also so for the proficiency I will teach those languages is going to be key to the learning. So I don't think that we have is it make just a way, or maybe we standardize it. It's something, if you are going to write something, you can to determine
all right, we've been talking to Professor Mrs. Olajumoke Familoni, the founder and chairperson, Ireland a Business School. I want to thank you so much, Ma, for joining us on The Big Story today. And that's all we have for business, for the big story today on The Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. I am Destiny Momo. Thanks for staying with us. Up next is Social Listening. Stay tuned.
The impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business service of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You're welcome back to the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. And now we are on to the social listening segment. I am Destiny Momo. And with me is...
Onyeka Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, I like it though. I just like the way you are around for social listening.
Right.
National issues making the round on social media. There's a way you go about it. Your analysis is always top notch, and I must give it to you. I must give it to you. You have to take your flowers.
Let's jump into it.
All right, then our first story is the clash between a social critic, very dark man, and comedian Mr. Jollof. And this time, it didn't stay online. Both men got into a physical fight on a United Nigeria Airlines flight from Asaba to Lagos. The drama spilled into a viral video showing them throwing punches while passengers and crew tried to hold them apart. The airline didn't waste time. Crew members stepped in, calmed the situation, and removed both men from the flight to keep everyone safe. They were later handed over to airport security for questioning. Now, the NCAA is stepping in. They said their behavior was unacceptable and they put the flight at risk. Officials say both men will face the law once the airline's full report lands. And possible penalties could even include fines and even flight bans. Can you see this fighting? I saw that battle. It was intense. Now this would have been, from maybe long grudges, waiting to see each other. They've been threatening themselves at some point on social media, and it was, making quite. It was very, very newsy. So seeing themselves, I don't know what would have happened. Right. And then the hunger for that fight. It was something that they were hungry for. You could see it.
Well, first and foremost, I want to give kudos to the Nigerian Airline Association. Truth be told, they decided to quickly respond and went into the matter, which was important. To obviously say, look, for what it's worth. And also, I will not say all this without also acknowledging the fact that we could have the matter being presided over immediately in the police station there. But
it was handled immediately.
Yes, but in all of this, there is a lesson to be learned here. And again, see, I already mentioned that, like the fact that they've responded, which is the Airline Association, that's fine. But there's a lesson to be learned here. People need to understand, and this is in no way trying to throw Mr. Jollof or VDM under the bus, right? Like they say, he who is down fears no fall. But in this case, what I'm trying to say is, for what it's worth, the lesson learned here is this: we should know how to differentiate social media, right, from social activities. What I mean to say is real life social events. I expected these two gentlemen, right, if they're gentle now, from what I saw the other day, simply spells out that their gentility is out of the window. In this case, out of the flight. I was expecting them to be more civil and more matured.
Exactly.
Right? No matter what words that were thrown at each other, most definitely they had put the airline at risk. To say the lives of other people obviously were also at risk too, whether the plane was airborne or not. The fact that we could have a brawl in the plane, look, it explains in detail the character of these two gentlemen.
Exactly.
Now, both of them have the good sides. Again, no one is perfect. Everyone has skeleton in their cupboard. But know that children are watching. Know that the world will see this thing. Social media is very powerful. I keep on saying, look, what happens on social media will stay on social media.
Yeah.
Real life matters. Where you beat the person one-on-one, you should be more mature. Even if the person throws insult at you.
Yeah, a lot of children are very active on social media, and they definitely, because it was actually trending. It was trending back to back. Every page you try to flip through, that event is there. It's, anger management is something that these two gentlemen ought to look into. I think we should see tweets in this regard. But before the tweets come up, it's really, really, really it's not a professional way of handling this thing.
And what this means.
All right.
What this means for. Well, let's take
okay, now let's take the tweet from a Truth Algorithm said that this is the reason why, if it happens once you punish, but you treated Kwamwan and Osho differently, any action against the two will be seen as being unfair. From Big Austin says that if you watch the video well, you will see that it was Jollof that threw punches first at VDM. Yes, VDM started threatening Jollof. The best Mr. Jollof could do is to keep quiet, or better still, reply VDM back with threats or insults. But no, you go first, throw punch first. Wow. And, well, you know, from this tweet, well, let's hear from Angry Nigerian says that this is what they have been looking for, to nail VDM, and they eventually set him up with Mr. Jollof getting on same flight, sitting so close to VDM. Can't you all see it's a conspiracy?
And I want to agree with that.
Wow, wow, wow. You know, some people actually look deep into these things and see inward more than the others. But
truth be told.
Yeah.
Oh, look, same flight, not too far from each other.
Exactly.
And I see, if I hadn't seen the headbutt during the brawl, I could have said this whole thing was stage managed. Right? But you could see that this had nothing to do with scripting. It was just real.
Yes.
It was real response.
Yes.
So again, for business wise, what this means for the airline is this: if they don't respond and respond well, a lot of people might think, for one reason or the other, that safety has a question mark. So it could set them back, or either it could also project them. It all depends on how they manage the issue now. If they have a good, what we call, brand manager, someone who understands how to use situations in their favor.
But somehow, VDM always finds its way out of all these things somehow. Like maybe because of his way, because of his style, he always just finds himself out of all such, issues that surround him. I don't know how to, describe the whole scenario. But then again, let's see what the second story says. That our second story is about a young Nigerian girl, Rejoice Kosi Anirobi, who is preparing for a 100-hour Guinness World Record attempt. She plans to build a robot while also teaching computer programming nonstop. The event is set for December, and she says her goal is to push STEM education and inspire African youth. She wants young people to explore coding, robotics, Arduino, Raspberry Pi, and even satellite programming. And she has been sharing her plans online and calling for support, sponsors, and donations so she can set the record and get more young people excited about tech.
So now this is a story worth conversing about.
Exactly.
Yeah,
There's a lot,
of course,
a lot of things to dish out to the young minds, not just the young minds, everyone, because tech is it right now. AI is worth learning. There are a lot of programming that we ought to even learn as adults, but more for the young adults. They're going to benefit so much from this. And for somebody to want to set a record with this, I want to give high kudos to this.
I mean, truth be told, if you look at it, in China, right, while we are busy, I don't know if it's the algorithm, while we're busy flipping social media, busy going to clubs, busy jumping from one spiritual house to another spiritual house.
They know the distraction
China,
those things are.
Of course, it's all distraction. What their children, adolescents are doing, amazingly, they've grown past some things. Exactly. I'm not saying that what she's doing is bad. This is good for us.
Yeah.
It's good for Africa, good for Nigeria. But what I'm trying to say is we need to begin to not only push the narrative of innovation, push the narrative of African tech giants, push the narrative of Africa being the hub when it comes to business, when it comes to creative innovation. The more we do that, the more the world will respect us. And at some point, we'll have no business going to borrow money, because he who goes a borrowing obviously leaves his integrity, or not integrity, leaves his value or whatever it is over there, so they can talk to you anyhow.
Yeah.
Which is why, sorry to cut you, which
Before
is
the
why,
tweets come up, go ahead.
which is why it's important that stories like this, we should weigh into it. Now, what does this mean? A young lady looking for, support to push tech.
Yeah.
She has big robotic, business in mind. Anyone who is sensible
will
want to support it.
Yeah,
But
I think that's why the tech innovators or inventors or tech companies come in here. They should be able to support this
but
innovation.
Unfortunately, we'll see billions being pushed to terrorists, billions being used to support heinous crimes. So if we can understand the joy that will run through the hearts of our future self, that's Nigeria, our future Nigeria, those who have the money now will see this opportunity and
jump into it. Let's see tweets to this regard, though. It's a very good innovation. It is something that when I just saw it, now from Dauda B, says Nigerians are doing amazing things. The world needs to acknowledge this also. And then from Frank, Spy says, bold enough to say, I'm a proud Nigerian. We keep on representing everywhere we go. Wow, nice. From not your Kev, or the Kev said Nigerians are talented. It is just unfortunate that the government don't want to utilize the upcoming geniuses we have in this country.
On the contrary, I might disagree with this fellow, because I think the government is also doing their part.
Yes, they're trying.
I mean, we have Minister for Technology. We have ministries that cater for technology, STEM. There's a lot. The ministry is putting in so much. Why it looks as if they're not putting in much is because of the insecurity that is going on in this country. So the issue of insecurity that we are battling in this country is taking the bulk of the information, bulk of media's time. You get me now? So you see how bad insecurity is. So the whole world, and even Nigeria, we are focused, our top priority right now is to battle insurgents, to battle terrorists, and to bring to a full stop and a halt and nip it in the bud.
I agree with you.
Cut off the head of a snake when it comes to terrorism. So now, because of that, great ideas and great innovation that the country is actually investing billions in is not getting the full headline.
No, it's not.
Supposed to get.
It's actually
so I disagree
happening.
with this fellow.
Exactly, it's actually happening, but like you said, it's not getting the full headline. Because when it comes to social activities, that's why you see the whole headline thing. But things like this, people are getting innovated silently. People are learning big silently, and even taking advantage of YouTube. You'll be shocked what people learn from YouTube that is helping them make so much money. You will be amazed. And I'm moving on to the next story. Okay, I think that's all we have on social listening today. But then, still talking about, those events as it happened today. Really, the social, the fact that he now wants to, bring out a Guinness World Record from this whole event is actually very striking. It's not the other way around how people are going about it. Some people, doing some other things, but this is tech. And for the fact that tech is the in thing now, I'm really, really, really impressed.
I mentioned before now, I always said, look, the greatest killer, which is even far more dangerous than even terrorism, it might sound strange, but it's the fact, is corruption. Why? Corruption eats into the nucleus of a nation. Corruption is a cancer. And that kind of cancer doesn't even have chemotherapy to come and help it. It's so dangerous that once it seeps in, it is all about the mindset. Once the first generation think is okay, the ones that come after that will think is normal. It becomes a tradition. Why am I saying this? I'm saying now. Can you imagine if we're void from corruption? Nigeria actually worked and we're moving forward. Do you know what would have been technologically? Do you know what would have been innovation?
Exactly.
Why am I saying all this? Is that, you see, I don't think it is juju or spiritual attack on Nigeria. No, it is a mindset.
It is a mindset.
So Professor, I forgot his name now, this professor, he said, look, I remember his name. He says, the day Nigeria wakes up, Africa will never be the same again.
I'm telling
Why?
you.
Why? Professor Lumumba says the day Nigeria wakes up, Africa will never be the same again.
Sure.
Because the whole Africa is waiting on Nigeria to wake up
closely.
To wake up. We have the numbers, we have the brains, we have the resources.
Yeah.
We are blessed, arable land.
We are actually. See, I want to, because of what you've just said, you spoke so much about the damage corruption has done, how much it has eaten deep into the system, and that if it hasn't been this way, we would have gone far beyond the reach that we are having right now. And I totally agree with you on this. I totally agree with you on this. I can just only imagine it. I can just only imagine the growth that we would have had. Because you see, as Nigerians, people respect us all over the world, whether you like it or not.
We're hardworking people.
They know
We're
what we can do. They know that we are result-oriented. They know that when we set a standard, we do not want to take last on it. We want to be the best. Because see our food tourism. See our fashion tourism.
Right.
See what is happening. People just want to wear, what we wear
Friends,
now. They want to, yes, people are accepting a lot of things that we are churning out. Now imagine that we are now very, very active in the tech space. Do you know where we would have gone?
What this means is that with this kind of knowledge now, and people are watching back home, I bet you if the right person is watching, he or she should have this in mind. Is either you invest now in the youths. Tomorrow, those jobless youths who didn't have opportunity to move their dreams come and steal from you.
Exactly.
And that is not a curse.
It's not
a given.
curse. It's not a curse.
How was it so?
I want to disagree with you because you have a way of ending this conversation and to make us yearn for more. But having said that, that's it on social listening. We cover the fights, they're grounded, Very Dark Man and Mr. Jollof. And we also spoke about Rejoice and Nairobi's Big Tech Challenge. Well, I'm Destiny Momo, and with me, as always,
Onyeka Valentine.
Join us again on Business Day Television, same time, same station, tomorrow for more exciting and very, very, juicy information happening in the social media space. All right then. Good morning.
From clean power to digital innovation, Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be had basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0, and they started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, to drive reliability, and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately to produce for people to produce more, and to also do that at a lower cost. So automation was meant to drive efficiency, increase production, and also lower costs. But the second topic, which is sustainability, is something that has now become very important, maybe in the last 20, 30 years, particularly, right? Organizations and industries are now very, very conscious of how their activities impact the environment, right? So a lot of the global organizations have committed to net zero, net zero goals, and we are talking to them and helping them achieve these goals. Some of the sectors that we cover, and most of the sectors actually have some kind of environmental impact. And what we are then doing and working with this sector is to ensure that we're supplying products that are environmentally friendly, products that are not contributing any parts, that do not have any negative impact to the environment, even in the process of production, right? And when you look at Schneider Electric, we've been named the most sustainable company in the whole world for the past 2 years by Time Magazine. So it's not something that we preach, it is something that we practice. And that is why our customers, our partners trust us. And that's why they continue to rely on us for sustainable solutions. So for us, automation and sustainability are key topics that are pertinent to our customers today, that are important to industries today, and will continue to remain relevant.
From manufacturing to energy, experts here agree that digital transformation is no longer a distant dream, it's a daily necessity. And as industries automate, the conversation around sustainability is taking center stage.
What stands out most for us is our ability to create an ecosystem of partners in the region, in Nigeria, to drive access to energy, to drive electrification, and to drive technology into homes, buildings, data centers, infrastructure, and industries. The biggest ambition of bringing access to energy to everyone, the innovation landscape in Nigeria, the vibrant community, and the strive towards technology, innovation, and electrification has kept us in a solid development mode. The level of partnership we have created in the country and the growth that we have seen in the country have been exceptional.
We've heard about the new act, you've heard about the mini good regulation. There are a number of regulations that support private sector investment and participation in the decentralized renewable energy space or interconnected mini grid space. Furthermore, with projects like the Nigeria Electrification Program and the DARES program funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, this is not free money. These are loan facilities provided by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which we will have to pay back. That is, a significant step in the right direction in terms of understanding the need to provide incentives or grants to support private sector companies in coming in and deploying these solutions that are required to bridge the energy access gap.
I think for me, it shows success and it shows that things can actually get done in Nigeria. For a business, a global international business, to be in Nigeria for that long, that shows that something is going right in our country. A lot of companies struggle with making that investment decision as to whether to invest in Nigeria or not. But if a company like Schneider Electric can do business in this country with all of the challenges that it faces and still be successful, I think that speaks a lot to the type of market and economy that we have in our country.
The event also highlights the growing role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, ensuring that policy aligns with technology and investment to deliver tangible results.
What we reward is what we get. I think there needs to be a lot of more focus on our universities such that we're able to support research and development, such that these technologies are built in country. That's one way we can reduce our exposure to the necessity, you understand, of external financing, because we have the market
We have the intellect, we have the resources, and I think we can make it happen.
You see, that's part of what I mentioned during the panel session, that one of the things we are missing out is the partnership between industry and our academia. I think we need to do a lot more in promoting real research that results in innovative products that can be taken to the market. So you need the enabling environment, but you need industry to work with academia, because every technology that is used probably starts from the academia and then it gets industrialized in terms of its utilization. So I think that's a bit where I think more can be done, such that we can have homegrown technology in the country. Yeah.
The policies government put in place to unlock gas is very important. It will help that reliability and sustainability. The second thing is about policy around the energy transition itself. We need to be very careful in the way we set up that policy, such that it will not stifle industry, it will encourage people to come in and invest. And the last thing for me is around security. Security is a very big issue for us in the oil and gas industry. Government is to find a way to sort out the security.
Schneider has been a very sustainable company, and today means a lot, given the fact that they are also celebrating their 25th anniversary. Schneider has been a partner with NLNG even before they came into Nigeria. So our first trains came into operation in 1999, and we've been partnering with Schneider on automation as we were designing those trains. So today for me is really a victory for not just Schneider but for Nigeria as a country, and for all the companies that are partnering with Schneider in Nigeria. Is victory for us today. And I do know that Schneider is going to do more going into the future.
25 years on, Schneider's story in Nigeria is one of consistency, collaboration, and commitment to innovation. As the company looks to the next 25 years, the hope is that automation and sustainability won't just be buzzwords, but the building blocks of a stronger, smarter Nigeria. It's been 25 years of innovation, of automation, and sustainability here at Schneider Electric. And it was lovely to capture some of the voices and some of the people who have been a part of this story for 25 years. My name is Elizabeth Musa, reporting for Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour right here on the Business Day Television. I'm Glory Brown. Let's take a look at the top business headlines shaping today's stories. Inflation slowdown beats forecast, boost hope for bomber rate cuts. 4 states pension arrears exceeds revenue. Nigerian trade to African countries hit 4.82 trillion naira in the first half of 2025. United African companies blockbuster 182 billion naira take over Chi. Now let's begin with news in Nigeria, where country's inflation rate fell for the 7th consecutive month to 16%, well below economics projections and strengthening expectations of a significant cut in the benchmark interest rates. Annual inflation continues to ease as food prices moderate across major markets. The latest data signals a stronger than expected slowdown, suggesting that earlier monetary tightening by the central bank is beginning to yield results. Analysts say the softer inflation print reflects improved food supply and stabilizing exchange rates. The surprise drop has shifted market sentiment, with investors now anticipating a more aggressive rate cut at the next Monetary Policy Committee meeting. Bond yields also reacted positively to the report. If the trend continues, experts believe Nigeria could enter a new cycle of monetary easing, offering relief to businesses and consumers after months of high prices. Moving on, the pension liabilities of Kaduna, Benue, Adamawa, and Taraba surpassed their internally generated revenues in 2024, highlighting the fiscal distress facing these subnational governments. According to Budget 2025 State of States reports, the four states collectively owned more in pension and gratuity areas than they generated internally, a troubling imbalance highlighting years of weak planning and heavy reliance on federal allocations. The combined pension areas stood at over 206 billion naira compared with a total 2024 internally generated revenues of 127.98 billion naira. The Labour Congress has also raised the alarm about the poor treatment of pensioners in Africa's most populous nation. Retirement ought not to be a death sentence. Joe Ajaro, NLC president, warned at a pre-retirement summit, noting that areas at multiple tiers of government have eroded the very purpose of the pension system. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Customs Service on Monday said Nigerians' trade with other African countries hit 4.82 trillion naira in the first 6 months of 2025 from the 600 billion naira recorded the previous year. Comptroller General Bashiri Adewale Adeniyi broke the news at the Customs Partnership for African Cooperation and Trade in Abuja. His words, in the first half of 2025, Nigerians' trade with other African countries reached 4.82 trillion naira, an increase of more than 600 billion naira compared with the previous year. It described this transaction as a clear signal of strengthening regional trade momentum. Adeniyi said that within West Africa specifically, Nigeria's exports to ECOWAS countries have climbed significantly, reflecting our growing role as a hub for intercontinental trade and value chains. He urged the patterns and partners to embrace customs and logistics modernization and implementation of framework more deliberately, because the partnership is turning the gains into broader regional partnership across African markets. Still on, fresh details are emerging about United African Company Nigeria acquisition of Chi Limited. The 182.4 billion naira deal is on record as the largest merger and acquisition deal in the Nigeria consumer goods space. The size of the transactions underscore United African Company's ambition to transform its market position. The transaction, which is expected to increase United African Company's Nigerian 2025 revenue by over 200%, will be United African Companies become one of the Nigeria's largest food and beverage players. Chi's growth trajectory adds another layer to the story. Revenue grew at a compound annual rate of 46% between 2022 and 2025. However, the company faced margin pressures. Operating margins fell from 15% in 2022 to an extended 6% by the end of 2025. but for UAC's margin improvement and not uncharted waters. At the end of 2025, Chi and UAC Foods are expected to have a combined revenue of about 615 billion naira, with the United African Companies Food at 79 billion naira and Chi at 536 billion naira. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll go on a quick break now. Stay with us. We'll bring you more stories.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Moving on, Dangote Refinery has clarified that the recent reduction in petrol pump prices was triggered solely by its downward adjustment of depot prices on the 6th of November, not by the temporary suspension of the 15% import tariff. The refinery made this clarification in a statement released on Monday, stating, Dangote Petroleum Refinery clarifies that the recent reduction in PMS pump prices by oil marketers was a direct response to our price cut on November 6th. It was not caused by the temporary reversal of the 50% import tariff. The refinery said oil marketers responded directly to its decision on November 6th to lower the ex-refinery cost of premium motor spirit. Dangote, however, emphasized that its pricing decision, not policy changes, drove the market reactions. The statement added that the company remains committed to supplying high-quality, competitive price fuel and ensuring Nigerians enjoy the full benefit of domestic refining, reinforcing expectations that more price adjustments may emerge as the refinery ramp up production. In another development, South African's MTN opens new tab said on Monday its service revenue for the 9 months to September rose by 25.9%, driven by strong performances in Nigeria and Ghana. African's biggest telecom operator, which has more than 300 million customers in 16 markets across the continent, said that excluding the effect of currency fluctuations, group service revenue increased by 22.6%. MTN Nigeria led growth with a 57.1% rise in service revenue, while MTN Ghana rose 35.9%, supported by lower inflation and more stable exchange rates. However, MTN South Africa saw a slower growth of 2% as gains in postpaid and enterprise were offset by continued pressure in highly competitive prepaid markets. MTN said it plans to expand its AI-powered digital inclusion initiative with Microsoft opens new tabs across Africa in early 2026. In other news, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise has urged the federal government to prioritize stabilizing energy costs and expanding access to affordable financing for productive sectors as Nigerians recorded an easier inflationary pressures in October 2025. In a report, Chief Executive Officer Dr. Muda Yusuf noted that the latest inflation figures shows some improvement. The business environment remains significantly strained by highly operating costs, especially energy and limited access to finance. According to the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprises, addressing these structural bottlenecks is essential for sustaining the current moderation in inflation while boosting economic growth and strengthening the resilience of small and medium-sized enterprises, farmers, and manufacturers. According to the CPPE, addressing this is also essential for the current moderation in strengthening the small-scale and medium-scale enterprises, farmers. To end the business news hour, the Nigerian Oil Shares Index slipped into the red on Monday, November 17th, falling by 1,853.82 points to close at 145.1 after a sharp 10% drop in Dangote cement weighed on the market. The decline represents a 1.26% slide from the previous day close of 147.3 as trading activities also cooled. Market volume fell to 388.1 million shares, a steep drop from the 671 million shares exchanged during Friday's section. Market capitalization mirrored the downturn, easing to 92.3 trillion naira across 28,000 deals, down from Friday's close of 93.5 trillion naira. The oil share index continues to display bearish momentum and may drift toward the 141,000 support zone
if negative sentiment in large cap stocks persists. This is much we can take on the Business News Hour this morning. I'm Glory Brown. Thank you and keep watching the Business Day television.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
From clean power to digital innovation, Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be heard basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0. And this started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, drive reliability and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately to produce for people to produce more, and to also do that at a lower cost. So automation was meant to drive efficiency, increase production, and also lower costs. But the second topic, which is sustainability, is something that has now become very important, maybe in the last 20, 30 years, particularly, right? Organizations and industries are now very, very conscious of how their activities impact the environment, right? So a lot of the global organizations have committed to net zero, net zero goals, and we are talking to them and helping them achieve these goals. Some of the sectors that we cover, and most of the sectors actually have some kind of environmental impact. And what we are then doing and working with this sector is to ensure that we're supplying products that are environmentally friendly, products that are not contributing any parts, that do not have any negative impact to the environment, even in the process of production, right? And when you look at Schneider Electric, we've been named the most sustainable company in the whole world for the past 2 years by Time Magazine. So it's not something that we preach, it is something that we practice. And that is why our customers, our partners trust us. And that's why they continue to rely on us for sustainable solutions. So for us, automation and sustainability are key topics that are pertinent to our customers today, that are important to industries today, and will continue to remain relevant.
From manufacturing to energy, experts here agree that digital transformation is no longer a distant dream, it's a daily necessity. And as industries automate, the conversation around sustainability is taking center stage.
What stands out most for us is our ability to create an ecosystem of partners in the region, in Nigeria, to drive access to energy, to drive electrification, and to drive technology into homes, buildings, data centers, infrastructure, and industries. The biggest ambition of bringing access to energy to everyone, the innovation landscape in Nigeria, the vibrant community, and the strive towards technology, innovation, and electrification has kept us in a solid development mode. The level of partnership we have created in the country and the growth that we have seen in the country have been exceptional.
We've heard about the new act, you've heard about the min-good regulation. There are a number of regulations that support private sector investment and participation in the decentralized renewable energy space or interconnected mini-grid space. Furthermore, with projects like the Nigeria Electrification Program and the DARES program funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, this is not free money. These are loan facilities provided by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which we will have to pay back. That is, a significant step in the right direction in terms of understanding the need to provide incentives or grants to support private sector companies in coming in and deploying these solutions that are required to bridge the energy access gap.
I think for me, it shows success, and it shows that things can actually get done in Nigeria. For a business, a global international business, to be in Nigeria for that long, that shows that something is going right in our country. A lot of companies struggle with making that investment decision as to whether to invest in Nigeria or not. But if a company like Schneider Electric can do business in this country with all of the challenges that it faces and still be successful, I think that speaks a lot to the type of market and economy that we have in our country.
The event also highlights the growing role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, ensuring that policy aligns with technology and investment to deliver tangible results.
What we reward is what we get. I think there needs to be a lot of more focus on our universities such that we're able to support research and development such that these technologies are built in country. That's one way we can reduce our exposure to the necessity, you understand, of external financing, because we have the market, we have the intellect, we have the resources, and I think we can make it happen. You see, that's part of what I mentioned during the panel session, that one of the things we are missing out is the partnership between industry and our academia. I think we need to do a lot more in promoting real research that results in innovative products that can be taken to the market. So you need the enabling environment, but you need industry to work with academia, because every technology that is used probably starts from the academia and then it gets industrialized in terms of its utilization. So I think that's a bit where I think more can be done, such that we can have homegrown technology in the country. Yeah.
The policies government put in place to unlock gas is very important. It will help that reliability and sustainability. The second thing is about policy around the energy transition itself. We need to be very careful in the way we set up that policy, such that it will not stifle industry, it will encourage people to come in and invest. And the last thing for me is around security. Security is a very big issue for us in the oil and gas industry. Government is to find a way to sort out the security.
Schneider has been a very sustainable company, and today means a lot, given the fact that they are also celebrating their 25th anniversary. Schneider has been a partner with NLNG even before they came into Nigeria. So our first trains came into operation in 1999, and we've been partnering with Schneider on automation as we were designing those trains. So today for me is really a victory for not just Schneider but for Nigeria as a country, and for all the companies that are partnering with Schneider in Nigeria. Is victory for us today. And I do know that Schneider is going to do more going into the future.
25 years on, Schneider's story in Nigeria is one of consistency, collaboration, and commitment to innovation. As the company looks to the next 25 years, the hope is that automation and sustainability won't just be buzzwords, but the building blocks of a stronger, smarter Nigeria. It's been 25 years of innovation, of automation and sustainability here at Schneider Electric, and it was lovely to capture some of the voices and some of the people who have been a part of this story for 25 years. My name is Elizabeth Musa, reporting for Business Day Television.
Stakeholders and overseeing program design, funding proposals, and impact reporting, ensuring alignment with international best practices. Proud to our leadership at Global Foundation, where we all worked in management consulting with CIUCI, where she coordinated enterprise-wide strategic initiatives, investor relations, and capital raising efforts, exceeding $1 million US across sectors including agriculture, healthcare, and energy. She has supported organizational restructuring, strategy development, and development communications for clients in both the non-profit and private sectors, while facilitating capacity building workshops on leadership, sustainability, and customer experience. In reality, BSc in International Business from Imperial University of London, graduating in the top 10 percentile, and a diploma in business and management from the London Institute of Business and Technology, where she graduated in the top 5% of her class with distinction. She also holds a senior school certificate from the prestigious Queen's College, Lagos, and she has been recognized for her academic excellence and continues to drive transformative social impact through her leadership and advisory. I think it will be noteworthy if we can put hands together for this together. We also set aside resources just to support the cost that will ensure the better life better opportunities is available and equal opportunities is available and accessible to everyone. Please let's celebrate them once again. Let's celebrate them. God bless you. God bless you all. Dr. Victor is one of the members of OPO Foundation, contributing to humanitarian and community development initiatives that promotes education, empowerment, and social transformation. Please, can we put hands together to celebrate Dr. Victor once again? I appreciate you, sir. God bless you. God bless you. I'm not the last person for us our day today. Who is no other person than Pastor William Kennedy. And please open your eyes now for you. He's also one of the board of ministry members for OBO Foundation. Also, one of the is a dynamic and visionary leader with over 2 decades of progressive experience in spiritual leadership, youth mentorship, and construction management. He lives in Lagos, Nigeria. He has distinguished himself as a passionate advocate for excellence, community empowerment, and faith-based development. His career reflects a unique blend of business acumen, pastoral commitment, and humanitarian engagement, all driven by a deep desire to impact lives and transform communities through leadership, service, and integrity. I'm meeting Pastor William Kennedy for the first time today. And one striking quality I know he has is humility. He will recognize humility not by words, but by the act of service. It's a gesture that can never be undermined. And for this, can we celebrate this great man of God? That's Pastor William Kennedy. Pastor William Kennedy holds a bachelor's degree in international relations and personal management from Lagos State University, and a diploma in information and communication technology from the Center for Management Development. He's currently pursuing a master's degree in theology at the National Open University of Nigeria. He's a lifelong learner and a passionate scholar of faith. He has earned numerous ministry certifications from institutions such as Lord of Faith, Bible Institute, Rovid, and the Mountain of American Ministries schools. He is also a member of the International Institute for Church Growth, an accomplished author, and has written 3 inspirational books. The first one is The Word and Works with God in 2018. The second book that he has written is 1,000 Prayers for Obtaining Mercy and Miracle from Jesus, also in 2018, published in 2018. And the last one is Overcoming the Attacker and His Tactics, which was published in 2012. Sharing his career in ministry, business, and humanitarian service, and not only the leader parable continues to exemplify leadership through faith, excellence, and compassion. His life's work is guided by the conviction that leadership is not merely about influence or achievement, but about service to God and humanity. The principle that defines both his professional journey and his enduring impact on the world around him. Can we please put hands together for these honorees for all and all awareness for their accomplishments, and my prayer is that the Lord will sustain them and the Lord will empower them with the rewards of all that they are doing and they will keep doing. Please once again, please.
Capture the moment. We have the world downstairs. We have the green, OBO Foundation. Please, please, mostly, thank you. Coming back here, you will see us, you will also see us in our home. We're very happy. Thank you. Should we remove this? We can move it to that way. No problem. You can sit here. Sit. Yes. So we can go to go. Sorry, Doctor.
Sorry, Professor. Baba, remove that thing, please. That I sound like that, please. I beg
Thank you, Jerry. You make a
Hello, ma'am.
Please, photographer, thank you. And after the video, and don't show my leg. I'm wearing my crocs. Please, don't show my skin at all. I'm begging you.
I love you to
Put things on the neck, put on the head, put on the everywhere. This is just the first level. Preamble.
Yeah, just
This man go enter this frame now. Sir,
this way. Okay. Wait.
If you had wanted to give doctoral freedom in this community, perhaps a lot of people would have been having that doubt. I am one man who believes more in good name. Good name is better than riches. And this is not an honor we have loved to be selling to everybody. Otherwise, like I said, even here in Lagos, we have so many highest bidders who wanted. I will give an instance of what happened years back, where a certain governor, also of record, I will not mention it, gave lobby through a journalist, a very popular presenter, that wanted us to give him a particular honor. And because in his states there were protests, non-payment of staff salaries, so we knew that we were going to shoot ourselves on the leg if consent to giving him the award. I'm very happy with the kind of members of the governing council the individuals that tell you who your money and let's go our business. Starting from late Ambassador Shegun Obishola to his His Excellency Senator General Ikemachukwu, who took over from him and handed over to Ambassador Adamu. These individuals wouldn't want to tread humanitarian title. That's the same thing that the UN, while we were signing our memorandum of understanding, UNITA had also won over proliferations and multiplicity of award, vacating award, honors, and making it all commerce affairs. So we do not want it to be all commerce affairs. And just as even at the Federal Ministry of Education, we are meeting with them, they always say people should not abuse whatever privilege that the ministry has given to the institute. So the UN don't like to get itself associated with people of questionable character. So we do not. And so consider this as a very rare privilege opportunity of being inducted into the highest fellowship category. And of course, you know that within the academic environment, they give doctors. And you will also come to the professional institutions. The honorary COSAR is a recognition of individuals that have championed the cause of humanity. And what makes yours different, or as distinctively different, the fact that it is not honorary doctoral fellowship either in management, accounting, marketing, and all of that. It's strictly humanitarian services. So, and we are going to also read that in your certificate and see it that it is strictly humanitarian services. And that's why it is not everybody that is considered for that one, until you have seen that your track records are such that are verifiably unquestionable, both in your character. So I want to congratulate you ahead and urge you not to abuse the title and the honor given to you. It is revocable.
We've had that conversation. So we know. We will protect it with all we have.
So this also means that even if you are part of this foundation, you have joined the larger humanitarian family. You have by extension now become a member and a senior member of the Institute for Humanitarian Studies and Social Development. By extension, every other affiliation that the Institute has, same privilege will be extended to you. So if you want to travel overseas and you're looking for recommendation, the Institute gives you recommendation. You want to go for a program, you need recommendation, the Institute tells you. And you want us to have some kind of partnership, of course, with OVL Foundation. There is now an existing synergy, which we hope to consummate to expand it larger from what it is as it stands. So consider this, that you are not just alone, and you have now exceeded from being a personal figure within your environment and your organization to now a global figure within the humanitarian space. So at any time, we can call for you. We can request for your attention. And it's also very important for you to know that if you are part of this, our National Alumni President, Ambassador Lubumi, will always say, if you are part of this, you must also sign in for whatever commitment that it comes with. Fellowship, doctorals, I think I'm better this way. Fellowship, doctorals are renewable. There are annual renewal fees to the institution. Now you are alma mater. that you are going to be joining. Now you'll be part of the planning of annual events we do together with the UN Institute for Training and Research. After this, we'll give you an orientation of the various partnerships that is existing nationally and internationally, and where your expertise can be brought in so that you feature anytime we are planning events and activities. And you know that if you were to be giving this in a higher institute, in a university, conventional university, they would have made a request of what are you going to do? You are going to build faculty of pharmacy for us. You are going to build this for us. You are going to donate student boards to the SUG and all of that. So, well, we are coming. You give us. So you are not escaping it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the peak of this whole activities. So you are going to start with your oath of allegiance, which will be presided over by distinguished humanitarian chief or chief.
Sure, you all have your paper, so you put your name and you repeat after. I. Do solemnly swear that I will uphold the values, principles, law, and practice of the Institute for Humanitarian Studies and Social Development, and shall strive towards the social development of my great country, Nigeria. By this oath, I pledge my commitment as a doctoral humanitarian.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Business Day Television News at Noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Heavy security presence as PDP factions hold parallel meetings in Abuja. Reserves hit $46.7 billion on 6-month high inflows. Investors lose fresh 1.17 trillion naira as bearish trading resumes. Netherlands to update salary verification rules for skilled migrants from 2026. Dalong blames corruption and impunity for decline of Nigerian football. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where heavy armed security operatives have been deployed to Wadata Plaza, the National Secretariat of the People's Democratic Party in Abuja. The operatives, comprising personnel of the Mobile Police Force, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, and the Department of State Services, arrived at the Secretariat as early as 5 a.m. According to reports, their presence is intended to forestall any breakdown of law and order as rival PDP groups lay claims to offices within the premises. A group loyal to Nyesom Wike and Samuel Ayamu, who were also said to have been expelled by the party following a resolution of the National Convention in Ibadan last weekend, had invited its members to a National Working Committee meeting scheduled to hold at the plaza today, while the newly elected members of the NWC have also scheduled a meeting at the Secretariat for today. The newly elected NWC, led by Tanimu Turaki as national chairman, who had on Monday visited the Gaki command of the Nigerian Police Force to request police protection for the venue during their meeting. Moving on, the Naira on Monday closed flat in the official foreign exchange market as Nigerians' external reserves climbed to $46.7 billion, supported by Eurobond issuance and the strongest FX inflows recorded in 6 months. The steady performance of the local currency came as rising inflows, driven by renewed foreign investors' interest and recent Eurobond proceeds, helped to strengthen the country's reserve. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Naira depreciated marginally by 0.4% as the dollar was quoted at 1,448.0 Naira on Monday compared to 1,442.4 Naira on Friday at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. In the parallel market, the Naira gained slightly by 2 Naira, closing at 1,455 Naira on Monday as against 1,445 Naira on Friday. Nigeria's external reserves reaching the $46.7 billion mark has been largely attributed to the federal government's Eurobond issuance and rising FX inflows. Still on, the equities market began the week in the red as the all-share index of the Nigerian exchange fell by 1.26% to close at 145.1 points on Monday. The decline wiped off about 1.17 trillion naira from investors' wealth, dragging market capitalization down to 92.3 trillion naira. According to market data, the downturn was driven largely by heavy sales pressure on Dangote cement, which fell by a minimum of 10%, alongside declines in Tier 1 bank, including Zenith Bank, Access Holdings, and FBN Holdings. Despite the negative close, market breadth stood positive with 28 gainers outperforming its 27 losers led by gainers charts, while Dangote Cement and other 10% topped the loser list. According to report, market activity normalized after last Friday's unusually large turnover driven by off-market crosses in Cornerstone Insurance. Also, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has dismissed claims that the recent fall in petrol pump prices was triggered by the federal government's suspension of a 15% import tariff, insisting the adjustment was driven solely by its own downward review of premium motor spirit prices. The company revealed that it had reduced its gantry and coaster prices on November 6th, well before marketers altered pump rate, adding that linking the market changes to the tariff controversy was misleading and inconsistent with the facts. In a statement issued by the company on Monday, the refinery clarified that marketers' decision to lower pump prices followed its downward review of PMS gantry and coaster prices. It described the circulation reports as misleading and deliberately crafted to confuse the public, warning that ongoing attempts to misrepresent market realities were unhelpful to the downstream sector. According to the company, it had reduced its PMS gantry price from 877 naira to 828 naira per litre, as its coaster price from 854 naira to 806 naira per litre, a 5.6% cut, a development widely reported across major media platforms where marketers adjusted pump prices. To end the local news, the federal government has called for the establishment of indigenous aircraft leasing companies in Nigeria to deepen aviation financing and support the modernization of airlift fleets. The announcement was made by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, who was represented at the 2025 FAN National Aviation Conference held on Monday at the Eco Hotel and Convention Center, Lagos. Keyamo emphasized that Nigeria is not only a large market, but also a strategic aviation hub, adding that FAN investment proposals are structured to attract private sector's participation. through public, transpiration, private partnership, and framework. The minister noted that Nigeria's strengthened legal framework for aviation financing has created a conducive environment for local leasing firms, enabling airlines to access finance more easily for fleet expansion. Let's take a quick break now and return with the foreign news and details. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back to the news at noon right here on the Business Day television. Moving on to the foreign scene, Netherlands will tightening its salary verification rules for companies hiring highly skilled migrants and European blue card holders from January 1st, 2026. According to details published by the Dutch Immigration and Naturalization Service, recognized sponsors will now be required to show clear proof that workers actually received their salaries, not just pay slips. Presently, employers only need to submit pay slips as evidence of salary payment. Under the new rule, the IND will require documentations that confirms the salaries was credited to the employee's personal bank account. The new requirement aims to protect highly skilled migrants, reinforcing the credibility of recognized sponsor system, following reports indicating that some employers issued pay slips without completing the actual salary transfer, undermining workers' protection and the integrity of the migration framework. The update could reportedly bring more administrative work for employers, as payroll teams will need to adjust their processes to retain stronger documentation. Meanwhile, the UN Security Council has voted in favor of the U.S. drafted resolution that endorses U.S. President Donald Trump's 20-point plan for Gaza. Included in the plan is the establishment of an international stabilization force, which the U.S. says multiple unnamed countries have offered to contribute. The resolution was backed by 13 countries, including the UK, France, and Somalia, with none voting against the proposal. Spokesperson of UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said adopting it was an important step in the consolidation of the ceasefire, while Hamas has rejected the resolution, saying it fails to meet Palestinians' rights and demands. The Palestinians armed group wrote on Telegram after the resolution passed, that the plan imposes an international guardianship mechanism on the Gaza Strip, which the people and factions reject. And now to sports. Former Minister of Youth and Sport Solomon Dalong says Nigerians' failure to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup is a direct consequence of long-standing corruption, impunity, and institutional hypocrisy within the system. The Leopards of the Democratic Republic of Congo on Sunday defeated the Super Eagles in a sudden death penalty shootout in Rabat to advance to the Intercontinental Playoff. Dalong, in his reaction on Monday in Abuja, says the problems undermining the country's football development dated back decades and have remained largely unaddressed because of entrenched interests. The former minister recalled that upon assuming office as minister in November 2015, many stakeholders assumed that his simple appearance meant he was inexperienced, stressing that the problems affecting football were neither mysterious nor accidental, but the result of long-standing administrative decay. To end the news, France captain Kylian Mbappe is seeking 263 million euros from Paris Saint-Germain as their long-ruling contractual dispute reached a Paris labor court on Monday, while the club is counter-claiming 240 million euros from the forward. The 26-year-old Real Madrid star is demanding damages that includes 55 million euros in unpaid wages, alleging mistreatment and a breach of contract during the final year of PSG. PSG, meanwhile, argued that they earned compensation for Mbappe's refusal to accept 300 million euros and move to Saudi club Al Ahly in 2023, a transfer that ultimately collapsed before he joined Real Madrid on a free transfer from the following summer. According to reports, ruling from the tribunal is not expected for several weeks as the dispute dates back to July 2023 when Mbappe rejected the Saudi Pro League move and declined to sign a contract extension. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day television news at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for staying with us and keep watching the Business Day television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent
in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years. I think this is was recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499. or send mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Yes, it is BDTV, Business Day Television, and this is Industry Focus, where we give you updates on various industries, yes, both local and international. Talking about home and abroad, be it whatever it is that you know is necessary to push across different industries. So here we identify the unpromised and give you that which you need. Remember this, problems are what they are, but right here we solve them. Several industries we talk about, its economy, of course, business values, and also how it affects the GDP of Nigeria and lives of Nigerians across Africa relative to the rest of the world. This is Industry Focus, most definitely. So let me quickly run you through 4 segments that will keep you locked right here on Business Day Television. First and foremost, we'll come through with our quote of the day, since we're talking film distribution in Nigerian movie industry and how it affects Africa. And secondly, we do have a captain's opinion with our guest, Norway Alexis Shegun Ojo. You get to find out exactly why she's a key person when it comes to film in distribution, and of course, also movies and a whole lot of other stuff. You want to find out the creative sector. She will join us also. Then right there, we talk about the challenges of film industry in Nigerian movie industry, most definitely. Then deal or no deal, we hear the federal government is doing some great stuff to push across the creative sector. You get to find out exactly what we have. After that, most definitely, we'll be coming through with retrospect, all this coming your way, so don't change it. I am on your Valentine. This is Industry Focus. We'll be right back. Business Television. Welcome back. Industry Focus, we haven't changed anything. Business Day Television, Onyeka Valentine is my name. Yes, let's quickly give you the quote of the day. I've got two. Like they say, when something is nice, you better play it twice. I've got two quotes for you, and this one goes this way. Number one says, successful producers begin every film with distribution in mind. That's one. The second one goes, most films get distributed, right? But few ever get the views they deserve. I'm going to ask my guest about that if she agrees or not. All right, she's in the building already with me. So I think it again. Number one, it says, right, successful producers begin every film with distribution in mind. That's one. Two, most films get distributed, but few ever get views they deserve. With that in mind, let me jump straight up to my guest. Let me break it down so you know who I have in the studio, so you don't miss anything for the world. About my guest, Nowe Alexis Shegun Ojo is the general manager of distribution and marketing for Nile Entertainment, with over 13 years of experience in public relations, brand strategy. She was previously, the group PR and communication manager for Filmhouse Group at the time. That was in the past, right? Her current role involves expanding African content globally. She's also a mother of two, a fantastic mother at that, and a volunteer who is passionate about leadership and impact, talking about taking our local content to the world. Nowe Alexis Shegun Ojo, welcome to the studio.
I had to look back
to be sure.
To figure out, am I the person you're speaking on?
Right,
yes, thank you. I'm very, very excited to be here at BDTV.
Right.
And you've been doing such a great job being a host. Well done.
Thank you. You're welcome. Your career so far has been awesome, that we know. But again, it is film, distribution, entertainment, production. Very quickly, why that first and foremost before we jump into the other hard part?
Your other hard part.
Right.
Why film distribution? Why not?
Okay.
Why not? But in all honesty, it wasn't a path that I had necessarily carved out for myself. I think by proxy with what I was already doing is how the opportunity came about. And when it came about, I just felt like it was, it was a good fit with what I already do or did with marketing, right? Now that I know what I know, I joke around that I am a baby distributor, but I've been over a year now and I can walk. So being here, I know that, I'm coming with a new perspective, especially merging marketing and distribution. Right. Because distribution is marketing, right? It's very simple. You want your product to be distributed, across whatever channels. It's not rocket science. So when you understand the 1, 2, 3s and the ABCs, and then you now try to be innovative with what strategy in marketing, it was a very good fit, so I'll give it up to, she knows herself. She's watching currently. I'll give it up to her for identifying. I call her like one of the best HR managers for identifying that this is a good path for me. And so far so good, I don't regret it.
So far so good, you don't regret it.
I do not.
Your path, and put a great smile on your face all through, so relax, put down your hair. But we're talking about the industry itself.
Okay.
And like they say, money, it's a different world. You can't talk about business without talking about the money aspect.
Yes.
Which is why industry focuses on how, that industry adds value to the GDP, grows the economy. Well, bring some fun to it, right? So our listeners and our viewers want to know, number one question here is about piracy issue, right? How do you deal with this? Now they say, and this one was said from one of our viewers, says, piracy has been a historic nightmare for Hollywood.
Yeah.
With shifts to digital, how has the nature of piracy evolved, and what innovative strategies are filmmakers now using to protect their work and revenue in the online space?
Wow, you went right into it. You didn't even give me time to breathe. I'm just coming. Take tea.
You can see on TV there. See, some of our journalists went out to capture some certain stuff there.
Yes, I can see that. So yes, you're right. It has been a harrowing challenge for Nollywood for many years. piracy has not changed. Piracy has just evolved.
Right.
It has evolved from physical to digital. Yes, so physical, where I can see your TV right now, you had DVDs, they're selling on the streets, and it has evolved to digital, where platforms are being platforms like Telegrams. We've had Telegram platforms where people have uploaded films illegally.
Wow.
You have online platforms that are uploading films illegally. But as distributors and as film makers, because I call myself, because I'm in the ecosystem,
Right.
we try to protect the producer by watermarking our products.
Right.
We also have a cinema, I would say, like a scheduled release, like a particular release. And by that I mean you want your audience to almost understand film distribution in the most basic way. So they know that when this film comes out, it's going to come to cinema. It's like a scheduled release window. It's going to come to cinema, it's going to be in cinemas for 8 weeks, 5 to whatever amount of weeks. And then after that, it's going to go to X streamer, right? So when you give them that, you're not leaving room for piracy. Well, you can't, we haven't eradicated it, we're trying our best. But when you give the audience some sort of consistency and what to expect, they kind of already know what is expected, and they might not be too much in a hurry to go to those other platforms. Another thing that we as Nile, we have done is that we have partnered with something or a platform called DG Guardians.
Right.
So DG Guardians is a digital monitoring platform that tracks and monitors illegal uploads in real time.
Right.
So what that means in real time, it's revolutionary.
That is the big kick
in real time, I
I
promise you. Right. So what happens is the last time we've had just one issue, thankfully, in this year with all the products that we have distributed. And when we reached out to our partners, it was taken down in less than an hour. That is something that has never happened before. However, on the audience side, I think that we have a battle of perception. Right.
Of perception.
We have to let them know that, when you take someone's film, you're taking a producer's blood, sweat, and tears. You're stealing content from them. Right. And not just that, you're taking the much needed finances from the economy. That's from the audience perspective. Now, from our perspective as exhibitors, as distributors, as streamers, we have to make the products available and accessible, much more accessible than the pirate platforms. Right. So the onus is on us as exhibitors, cinemas. How much are your products? How much are the tickets? Is it too expensive? Can you, can you figure out the price point? Can you bring it down? Right. Because we've seen that from Cinema Day that happened in Nigeria, where you had to sell tickets for 2,000 naira. It was a 140% like upscale in admissions.
140%.
So the Saturday before we had 7,000 plus admissions, and after Cinema Day we had 18,000 plus admissions. So what that means is that people want to watch these films, but it's too expensive. And also streaming platforms, your subscription fees, how much is it? And which is why we're proud to be consulting with StreamPay, another platform, a local streaming platform from the onset of, our international streamers being a little bit too slow, just, going out of the market a little bit. Right. So we have local platforms like StreamPay that we've partnered with that are doing some really amazing things. We can talk about that more data. There's so much, there's too much.
So much to talk about. All right, good stuff. You see, like they say, when something is quite interesting, give it some air to it. So we bring that air, right? Yeah. And make sure that people don't see it to be uptight, rather more, innovative and educative. So next question here, and this one is kind of hits home more. It says here, and these are our viewers who obviously want to know about this thing. So they ask questions. They say, look, based on the pathways, or better still, the data and transparency. Now, let's go there because of time. It says many filmmakers complain about lack of transparency in reporting. Now, how can a producer truly know how many times his film, right, was streamed, or how many DVDs were sold as an international distributor that you are? We see the statistics there, right, that shows, movie cinemas in Nigeria, 2024, right? It says 18 Nigerian states have cinemas, with Lagos accounting for 54.8%. Meaning to say Lagos is the hub, right? So the question is, how can they be able to track to say, okay, I'm moving out, but I'm not making money. My distributor, what do we do, right? How can you help them?
Your audience is very intelligent, and they're very curious, and I love the questions you're throwing at us. We've at Nile, I mean, I dare say that this is somewhat standardized, but I'm going to be speaking from a Nile entertainment perspective. At Nile, we send reports twice weekly. On Mondays and on Fridays. So we send like the weekend report, what your film has done on the weekend, and then, you know, during the entire...
That's your crew.
Yeah, my bosses during the entire week.
Okay.
And with platforms like ComScore, where you can track box office performances, you know, it's a little bit easier for the cinema part of things, for us to tell you these are the numbers. And the numbers are real, because we still have a lot of doubts and people saying these numbers are not real. But guess what? If you report wrong numbers, you're committing fraud. You can't be arrested.
Right.
How can you? So every single number you see out there when it comes to cinema releases is real. Because if you as a distributor are announcing that you have made 100 million naira plus in cinemas, you're going to have to split that amount with your exhibitors. You're going to split that amount, and the producers are going to hold you accountable. But why are you giving me X amount when you said you made X amount in cinemas, right? Of course, there's a splitting formula, so we're not going to go into that. However, those numbers are real. If they are not real, they will arrest every single one of us for false, you know, for putting out false numbers.
All this, I didn't know. I didn't know, right? And somebody had no idea. But the good thing is that, you know, we're able to follow through to get this full detail.
Right. Sorry, pardon me. One more thing I have to say about data transparency is, because I just spoke on the cinema part of things, right? For distribution, you have a cinema theatrical release, and then you might move to streaming, right? Sometimes, most of the time. Now, we do have challenges with the producers really knowing how their content is performing online. Of course, we have platforms like YouTube, but you know, that's YouTube. But in terms of streamers, we have a partner called StreamPay. And what is revolutionary about StreamPay is the fact that there is an actual dashboard that you as a producer, you have access to. You can see in real time what your content is doing. And the USP of this all is the fact that you see how much your film has made, and you can actually cash out instantly. Pausing.
Cash out instantly, because we're all about the money. BusinessDay television. We try to follow the money to know how do people make money, how can we help to grow the industry, hence the name Industry Focus. All right, in case you are still with us, which I know you are, and you are in doubt, we're speaking with, you know, the formidable Norway Alexis Shegun Ojo. She is someone you want to say the go-to person when it comes to film distribution in Nigeria. Talking about Nile Entertainment, and she's doing great stuff, which is why she's here. Before we run away, because of time, our next segment here, they talk about, so they say the government has this thing they're working on. That was last month, right? And the plan is to help movie producers, help distributors, people like you, and every other person who's within your ecosystem, to begin to say, look, you know what, we want to upscale. So government wants to pump in money. And that was last year they said it. But the question is, are they pulling through? Do you really think that it's going to be a good deal? Let me just read it out so you know. It says, last month, the federal government, you know, reaffirmed it, and we have a video for that. There was the Minister of Culture, right? Said, last month, the federal government, you know, reaffirmed its commitment to strengthen policy frameworks that's how on TV, right? That is supposed to create room for collaboration and drive socio-economic growth within the nation's film industry. Now, that's Minister of Arts and Culture, right? And Creative Economy, right? That's Hanatu Musawa, right? She made that's how on TV. You know, she actually dropped that last month. But the question is, are we beginning to feel that so far? Do you think it's a good deal or is it no deal?
I think Minister Hanatu is, for the first time in the entertainment industry, we're getting a lot of attention. So everything.
Are you saying it's the best time for us to smile? Go ahead.
For the first time, you know, we haven't received this much attention in a long time. The ministry really puts their money where their mouth is. We see a lot of moves they're making, both from our end and even other stakeholders in the industry. They support, you know, even if it's presence physically. I'll give just a random example. At Cannes, for instance, you know, for the first time, we had a pavilion and where, you know, she was just selling Nigerian content to the world. I know for a fact that based on the Netflix challenges, she and a couple of other stakeholders traveled, you know, to have like a round discussion, like what is going on with Netflix. That really shows how involved she is. And I have nothing ill to say about Minister Hannah too. She's really putting in the work. I just wish that there were more tax reforms, you know, because we're taxed heavily, you know, withholding tax, entertainment tax, VAT. So if they are able to, if that's one thing that they can do for the industry, I feel like we'll all feel it in our bottom lines.
So it's a good deal.
It's a good deal.
It's a good deal. I'm going to shake your hand here and say it's a good deal. So my viewers get to know that, okay, I've got to know that there's a good deal.
Is Minister Hannah too behind the wheels? I'm so confident that she's going to make it happen.
Confident to make it happen? Most definitely. We can't even emphasize it even more. This is making more sense than I even expected. I must say you're doing so well on the show with all your information. You took your time to really grill the whole thing properly. So you come out
grilling me like, I'm like, what do I know? What am I saying?
But I think you're on point with it. Before we leave the studio, we want to know some very quick ones, and these are our viewers want to find out. That we know you have new projects coming up. All right. And we know you said something about some real play thing you guys are working on. So we want to know what are your new projects, and more importantly, how as a professional do you see film industry from your angle creating value and upping our GDP, making Nigeria better? 3 things I asked now.
Yes.
One, you know, what's happening, your new project coming up, and then of course, what's the plan to help, you know, make Nigeria better with what you guys do at Nile Entertainment?
So at we have quite a bit of projects. We don't have the time to.
That's you on TV. You're doing a presentation over there.
That was a launch of Now Group.
Okay, go ahead.
We do not have the time to really go into detail. However, I'll speak on 2 things. We have a film coming up, Son of the Soil. It's a fantastic film. We won Audience Choice Awards.
Son of the Soil?
Yes, please.
Okay.
We won Audience Choice Awards in Afrif. That is coming out this Friday, so go watch it. But one of the projects that is really, really important to me and close to my heart is Real Play. And
how does that add value to Nigeria?
I'll explain. So if I explain what Real Play is, and then you can understand the value we add to the creative economy, especially with the youth, right? So we have a lot. This is our response to the youth and filmmakers that are always saying, what are you going to do for us? You distributors don't do anything for us. You're always taking. How are we going to be in cinemas when we don't have the money or the budget for the P&A? And so what we decided to do was to go into partnership with Now Cinemas and have the cost of the P&A subsidized by Now Foundation. So if you are a filmmaker and you've put your films in festivals, or you've shot something that you think is big screen worthy, or you want people to really see this content that you have created, then bring your film to Nile Entertainment. And we're going to give you that opportunity to put your films in cinemas. Not only that, it's going to be a cinema incubator.
Cinema incubator, which we have all the time. I mean, we should invite you to come for this part 2 of this. You know what you say? The movie industry is so big and wide. And you have everything on you know, all packed and ready to give to us.
Yeah.
We want to thank you because of time. We should continue back to back because of time. We have to run away. But before we go away, we do have retrospect, which I'm going to have to read out soon. Now, for people who don't know, right, they forget so soon that there was a history, right? There's history that follows through that makes Nollywood and, you know, Nigerian movie industry make sense. So this one comes with what our what we call our own research comes through our research team. It says Nigerian cinema distribution, right, is strikingly uneven, with Lagos emerging as undisputed hub, hosting 114 out of the country's 206 cinemas. It says this means more than half, 54.8% of Nigeria's cinemas are in Lagos alone. This dominance highlights a state's strong cultural, economic and entertainment appeal, making it the go-to destination for film enthusiasts and industry players. Do you agree with this?
Oh yeah, 100%.
As a research.
I agree with you, but I think the research, I think the numbers of cinemas have gone up a little bit.
Okay.
The numbers probably close to 300 now.
300.
It's still not enough to cater to the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria. But it's a little bit more than 200 and something. I don't remember. I saw that over 300.
300.
And we are second only to South Africa with the highest amount of screens in Africa.
Boom.
Yes. So we can do more. We need more. But this is why we need government support.
This is why we need government support.
Yeah.
Before we go, any last parting words for the government, for people back at home watching, those who are creative minds and they really want to get movies out there, they don't know who to talk to, you're here. In 20 seconds.
Right, just keep creating.
That camera, I think, is yours. The one in the middle is yours.
Okay. Right, to the creators, keep creating no matter how difficult the road is, no matter how challenging it is. Keep putting out stories, don't let your stories live in your chest. At Nile Entertainment, we're here to receive those stories and to just show them to the world. And to producers, the big shot producers, continue doing what you're doing. It looks like we're contributing not as much to GDP yet, but if we keep coming together as a unit, I think that will really take this industry forward.
Take the industry forward. Thank you again, Noah, for gracing our wonderful studio. Hopefully we'll call you again. You wouldn't run away. Say that, the last time was too hard. It should be easy now. Right? Thank you so much for joining us.
So,
we want to see you some other time, most definitely. All right, so those at home, we hope that you've been able to get one or two and you've gotten those information that you need to really want to kickstart your creative journey. If it's in the film industry or maybe you are in the music industry or entertainment. But like they say, if something is great, better do it twice. That is why next week, Tuesday, we'll come back to you again with this show, Industry Focus. It has been wonderful for those of you who missed out. We had Noah, Alexis, Shegun Ojo as our wonderful guest, giving you everything that you need and explaining to you why distribution in Nigeria will help the movie industry become even bigger. From me, and BusinessDay Television, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering
before love, before vows, before forever. Like our African parents who pull out their ears. Know your genotype. A simple test today can prevent lifelong complications tomorrow. Welcome to Health Matters, your #1 guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Emosigwe. A general estimate suggests as many as 50% of Nigerians do not know their blood type. A 2023 study narrowed in Lagos showed that only 42.9%, which is less than 50% of young adults, knew their own genotype, meaning over half were unaware of their status. With me here to discuss the life in your veins, the quest of knowing one's blood group and genotype, is Dr. Wilson Ntag. Welcome, Dr. Wilson. It's such a pleasure to have you on the show.
Hello, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's delve into the heart of the matters now. Can you define the terms blood group and genotypes, and why are they fundamental?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. So it's quite a simple question. So blood group and genotype are many times lumped up together, but they mean completely different things. All right. So for the blood group is, they're kind of like antigens, right? So antigens are chemicals that are present on different cells in the body. All right, so don't forget that our interest here is the hemoglobin of the red blood cells, right? So their hemoglobin genotype, for example, hemoglobin, and for the blood group, everything is on the red blood cell. All right, so the blood group, they're like antigens that are present on the red blood cells, while the genotype or the specifically hemoglobin genotype is the genetic makeup, genetic composition of a person, basically. So that's a very simple, basic answer.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So, how do blood groups A, B, and O actually come about?
All right. So don't forget that I mentioned that we have antigens, right? So antigens are, like I said, they are chemicals that are present on the red blood cells. There are two types of antigens, right? There is the A antigen and there is the B antigen. All right, so both of them are the reason why we have the different kinds of blood groups. All right, so the A antigen is present on those with blood group A. All right, only the A antigen is present on those with blood group A. All right, the B antigen is present only on those with blood group B. All right, while the AB antigen is A and B antigen are present on those with the AB antigen. All right. Can you hear me? Just please confirm that I can still
hear you. I can hear you.
All right. All right.
Okay, so thank you for that. But before I ask my third question, can you please turn on your video, because we can't see you. We can hear you clearly, but we can't see you.
Can you see me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, so let's go to the third question. Can a person's, now faith aside, can a person's blood group or genotype change over time, or is it permanent?
So the very simple and scientific answer to that is no. All right, is I'm happy that you asked the question saying faith aside. All right. So faith aside, it's impossible for anybody's blood group or genotype to change. Right. So these are things that are determined before you are born, right, by your genetic makeup. Right. Genetic makeup comes from both your mother and your father, from both parents, and it determines everything about your life, your DNA. These are things that are embedded in your DNA. All right. So if the DNA of a person cannot change, all right, it's the same way that the genotype and the blood group cannot change. All right. It's just like asking if your aside external factors like surgery, or accidents, or this, the face being disfigured, it's like asking if your face can change over time. All right. That cannot happen, because all of that, your facial features, are all embedded in your DNA. Same way your genotype, your blood group will not change, cannot change. It's impossible for it to change. All right. Faith aside, right? Because these things are embedded in your DNA.
Okay, so let's talk genotype. Yes, from a research, I saw that there are 6: AA, AS, AC, SC, CC, SS. It's, funny thing is that I know about 3, but before we go to that, briefly explain to us why we are actually familiar with these 3, like just 3.
All right. So something we say in medicine, we say common things occur commonly. All right. And we are family. The simple answer again is that the reason why we are familiar with these 3 is because they're the most common. All right. AA is common, AS is common, SS is common. All right. So the C expression, the C traits, is not very common. All right. And so that's one of the reasons why we do not hear about any of the other 3 that has the C trait in it, within it. All right. But we have the S trait, the A traits, they are all very common. And so we can, everyone that expresses either A or S or both of them is common.
Okay, so I just have this pressing question, because when I was reading, I saw that, the S, the sickle cell shape, this SS, it has a sickle shape. This C, does it have a particular shape? Like C now, does it have like a C shape or something?
No. So the interesting thing is that both S and C, they disfigure the red blood cell. All right. And the disfiguring of the red blood cell is what gives rise to the S shape with the S. All right. The C is just another way to express that this is a different kind of traits being expressed. Right. There's neither A or S. All right. So no, the sickling of the cell is particular to the S traits.
Okay, so let's narrow down now to, since according to what you said, the other 3 we are not familiar with is because they are not common. So let's narrow down to the 3 we are familiar with. So what do they mean in terms of health risk?
So when you say health risk, what exactly do you mean?
We just want to know, because we've heard that AA, they are the strong warriors. AS, it's a kind of mutation. So I just want to know their impact in one's health, and what it exactly means if someone is AS, AA, or SS.
All right. So all of these things we are trying to express that we are looking out for something, right? So the traits, so there are different things we need to define. There is the sickle cell traits. Sickle cell trait is somebody who has at least one S, right? If you have at least one S, that is AS, SS, SC, right? Any one of those, you have the sickle cell traits, right? The disease is particular to those who have SS genotype. All right, that is the sickle cell disease. So you can have the sickle cell traits, right, which is the AS, without the disease. All right. So people who have AS, right, and who are AA rather, both of them are, in quote, strong warriors, right? They don't have the sickle cell disease. So in that light, there is no health risk to both people, both parties who are AA and AS. They don't have the sickle cell disease. Does the sickle cell traits, that is the S traits, does it affect, your ability to fall sick or not? Right? That is a different question, right? But if we're talking about the sickle cell disease, both the AA and the AS genotypes do not have the sickle cell disease, and you can, in your words, call them strong warriors.
So I will not call it a theory. Let's say a myth.
Okay.
So we've heard that people with AS, they are immune to malaria, or like us strong warriors AA, that we always are prone to malaria. And I further saw that there is something about AS being a genetic mutation. This myth, debunk it, and if it's true, explain like the process and why it is that the AA people are more prone to malaria than the AS people.
Okay, all right. So there is some truth to the myth. There's some truth to it. So let's go back to talk about the pathology or the pathogenesis of malaria itself. All right. So in the life cycle of the parasites, the malaria parasite, which is Plasmodium, right? That's the name of the parasite. Now, when it enters into the body, there are different stages of the infection, right? So there's a part of the life cycle where it needs to stay in the red blood cell, all right? Now, don't forget that the S traits, right, generally makes the red cell, the wall of the red cell unstable. And that is the reason why we said that, it's when there is the S traits present, right? Or in sickle cell disease, for example, there is the sickling of the red cell. So it makes the wall of that cell unstable. Now, because malaria, the parasite for malaria really needs the red cell to complete its life cycle, right? The sickling of the red cell, both the sickling of the red cell and the unstable nature of the red cell in the presence of the S traits makes it difficult, right? As you can imagine, it will make it difficult for the malaria parasite to survive in the red cell at that stage of its life cycle. So making it, cutting short the life cycle, cutting short the malaria infection. All right. So when you say that people with the AS genotype rarely have malaria, I mean, for people who are listening to me who have the AS genotype, I'm sure that they would all confirm to you that at some point in their life they've had malaria, right? It doesn't stop the infection, right? Everybody, AS, everybody comes down with malaria, right? So what is affected many times is the length of the infection and your body's ability to fight against that infection, your body's ability to recover quickly from that infection. And as I've said, that is due to the stability of the red cell in the presence or the absence of the S trait. All right. Now, research has shown that over time, in malaria endemic regions, right, particularly Africa, and some other sub-Saharan Africa, some other tropical regions of the world, because of course it's a malaria endemic region, there's a lot of exposure to the parasites. So over time, the body mutated the gene to to the more more stable, I will call it more stable S, right? So that the body can protect itself from infection, from the malaria parasite infection. So there's some truth, like I said, to the myth you referred to.
So let's shift away from talking about A and S. What is sickle cell disease? And apart from the sickle shape, which I did the research on, that makes me feel so much like a doctor. What makes the SS genotype so dreadful?
All right. So I would like to say at this point that the sickle cell disease is a terrible, terrible, terrible disease. All right, it's a really terrible disease. It's at the core of it is a genetic disease, and with everything genetic, everything, when we say genetic, it means it finds its expression from your DNA, right? From your DNA, from your genetic makeup. So with everything genetic, there is a genetic expression to it. It means that it's genetic. It just means that that is the back end, right? For people who are in tech, and for everything at the back end, there is also a front end, right? So the back end is that the genetic makeup, right, down to the DNA has, on the hemoglobin of the red blood cell has the sickle, the S traits, right? Two S traits, one from your mother, one from your father, making the two of them. All right. Now, that is the back end. So, but it doesn't stop there. There is a phenotypical expression. There is an expression physically of the presence of the SS genotype. And so that is the expression, how it expresses in the body. That is the component of that expression is what is known as the sickle cell disease. All right. And then there are characteristics, there are symptoms and signs of the sickle cell disease, right? There are different syndromes, right, that come about from the sickle cell disease, right? So there is, what is the most common expression is the pain, right? There is terrible pain, right, which can lead to, or can be as a result of necrosis at different points. Necrosis meaning death, right, of cells or structures at different points, right? It's a whole, I don't want to go deep into the pathogenesis of the condition, but the physical expression of the presence of the double S, genotype is what is known as the sickle cell disease. All right. So someone who has one S genotype is said to have the sickle cell traits. All right, but not the disease. There's no expression of that disease. All right. The expression of the disease can only happen when there is this, the double S, and in some cases, double S and C, SC genotype, or in very rare cases, the CC genotype.
So while I was, reading about this, I've seen that, as bad as we say the sickle cell disease is, there are some people who have SS genotype and then they rarely have crisis. What can you really say about that?
Okay, so the thing is, what we need to know is that there are factors that trigger the crisis, right? If you know anyone who is SS, who has the SS genotype, you can tell that they do not have the crisis all the time. All right, the crises do not occur around the clock, 247, right? Every day of their life, every day that they are alive, right? So usually there are things that trigger the crisis, right? The people need to be people who are, warriors, the sickle cell warriors. They need to be taught about these things. Their families, their parents, relatives need to be taught about some of these triggers. Common triggers are different kinds of infections. So if you have like a chest infection, for example, right, or sometimes even malaria, right? Some of these things can trigger, the unstable nature of the red blood cell, making more cells in the body sickled up, right? When that happens, there are manifestations, different manifestations of, a lot of the red blood cells sickling up, right? Different manifestations. So it reduces the ability of the blood to flow freely through blood vessels, right? once that happened, is one of the things, it's called the coagulable states, right? And it's one of the things that can cause one of the things that can cause blood flow to slow down, right? Leading to different things, right? Different manifestations in different parts of the body. All right. So now, if you can reduce or remove those triggers, if you can reduce exposures to, infective organisms, protect them from, things like sometimes for some people it's even cold, right? You can, if you can reduce exposure, you can limit exposure, you can reduce the crisis, right? So these are some of the things that can reduce crisis, right? So for people who are more regularly exposed to these triggers, there will be more and more crisis. For people who are not as often exposed to the triggers, there are less and less crisis.
Let's move to, the marital side. We've heard about compatible genotypes. So before I ask that question, I saw let's say some months back that, there were scientific innovations where SS partners could actually marry themselves. Now let's jump back to my initial question of compatible genotypes. With these innovations, these scientific innovations that, we have heard about, would you advise SS patients, because science is unlimited at this point, so would you advise, sickle cell warriors to actually marry themselves? Will you also advise AS and AS to marry themselves? Then what are the compatible genotypes? And if you don't believe in this scientific innovation, what are the implications of marrying someone with an incompatible genotype?
So that is a very interesting question, right? I have very unconventional views when it comes to genotype compatibility, right? My views are very unconventional. I believe that everybody in that situation need to undergo genetic counseling, right? And genetic counseling involves a lot, right? A lot of information, a lot of teaching, a lot of unlearning and relearning, right? In the environment where we find ourselves, right, the simple answer to this question is AS and AS should not marry, right? SS and SS should not marry, right? That is a simple answer. And that answer is good for the bulk of the population, right? It's good so that we can reduce, like I said, when I started this conversation, one of the things I said is that the sickle cell disease is a terrible, terrible disease, right? You do not want anyone, right, least of all, your immediate relative, your family, your children to go through the sickle cell disease, right? The pains are really bad, right? The crises are terrible, right? And if your child, for example, comes to this world, has the sickle cell disease, and realize that you had a chance to put an end to this, or to not let them have this disease, and you went ahead, many times they would probably curse you or hate you. All right. So that being said, I would like everyone in situations like that, in the AS and AS situation, SS and SS situation, AS and SS situation, to you have to take a very deep, you have to sit down and count the costs, right? The first thing to say about the scientific innovations, yes, there are scientific innovations. Yes, there are ways science can bypass the problem of having a child with the sickle cell disease, right? Because that is the major problem that you're trying to avoid. You're trying to avoid having a child with the sickle cell disease. That is the only reason why people say anybody with the S trait should not marry another person with the S trait, all right? The only problem, the only thing you're trying to avoid is having a child with the sickle cell disease. Now, there are ways that science can circumvent that problem, right? There are ways that science can circumvent it. The first thing to know about those ways, or that way, there are multiple, right? So the first thing to know about it is that they don't come cheap, right? These ways are really expensive. That is the first thing, right? So if you want to go ahead with it, you need to have a lot of genetic counseling, right? You need to have probably a good geneticist who would guide you through the process over time, right? You need to have a lot of money in the bank specifically, right, for circumventing this problem, right? The most expensive one, which is the IVF plus PIGT, that is the in vitro fertilization with pre-implantation genetic testing, is so expensive. The last I checked is about the entire process costs north of about $8,000 in Nigeria to do it in Nigeria. Is it impossible? No. And it's also not 100% guarantee that, because if you know anything about IVF, you know that sometimes it's a 50-50 chance. IVF sometimes is like a 50-50 chance that it will work. All right, there is the financial implication, there is the emotional implication, right, of trying through having a child, right, the issues with fertility and conception. All right, there are those implications that anybody who wants to go ahead with these scientific innovations would have to sit down and count the costs, right? Am I ready financially? Am I ready emotionally? What if this process stresses me? What impact would it have on my mental health, right? And I would also usually say that once you've started, right, trying for a child and you meet will I say complications along the way, you must also beforehand predetermine that come what may, no matter what happens, I am not going to change my mind and go ahead to have a child with the sickle cell disease, right? Leaving conception to chance. You must at no point leave conception to chance, right? So when it comes to the scientific innovations, all right. So like I said, they do exist. They've worked in the past. I know people personally who have gone through with it and it worked for them. I know people personally, patients, right? I have met them. So it's possible, it works, right? But beforehand, you have to sit down and count the cost. Is this something I want to go ahead with, right? Is this worth it financially, emotionally? Like it would drain you, right? So you need to sit down and count the cost, right? So that being said, I've talked about the scientific innovations. We also need to, for people who do not want to go through with the scientific innovations, you just need to know the people not to get married to. All right. So if you are AA, you are safe. You can literally get married to anybody else, whatever their genotype. All right. If you are AS, you can get married to someone who is AA, but you shouldn't get married to someone who is AS or SS or anyone who has an S trait. That includes, the SC or anybody who has a C trait, right? Those are less common. So, right, if you are AS, don't get married to someone who is AC. Don't get married to someone who is AS. Don't get married to someone who is SS. Don't get married to someone who is SC. All right, if you are SS, the only person you can get married to is someone who is AA. All right, so those are some of the, I just went through the more popular ones. All right, so if you are CC, same thing applies to if you are SS. If you are SC, same thing applies. If you are AC, same thing applies to if you are AS. All right, so it's very similar. The C, you can substitute the C trait for the S traits and you would be fine. All right, but if you are AA, you can go ahead to get married to whoever it is that you like. Let me stop here.
So thank you very much for your broad explanation. So earlier on I asked that faith aside, can your genotype be changed? And then I saw that, laboratory scientists, they warned that individuals who undergo genotype tests shortly after receiving blood transfusions may obtain inconsistent results. Remember, I said, can your genotype be changed? So why are we obtaining inconsistent results immediately after blood group transfusion? Is it immediately after blood transfusion, rather? Is it that there has been a mixture?
Yeah, so you answered the question, right? So the simple answer is someone's blood is flowing through your body as well as yours. I mean, right? So if that is the case, it would definitely be inconsistent. So whatever that person's genotype is can show on your report, right? So it's as simple as that. You have blood transfusion means that there is someone who is giving you blood, right? That person has a different genetic makeup, probably a genetic makeup that is different to yours. All right. So if that is the case, and blood is drawn from you not too long after blood transfusion, it's very possible that that can be expressed as well in the reports. All right, so that is the simple answer. Someone else's blood is also flowing through your veins. All right, so it's very likely and possible that that would be expressed in the report.
Okay, so this has been a very rich and in-depth conversation. So let's just for the final questions now, between genotype and blood group, during the process of blood transfusion, which is considered, and then what are the effects of transfusing the wrong blood?
All right, so this is a very important question. All right, the importance of the genotype is basically is at the genetic level. All right, it's at the genetic level is where the only time that the genotype is important, right, is when you're trying to create a new genotype, right, which is in conception. All right, so that is the only time that the genotype is important. All right, or let me say the major time. All right, because we never say never in medicine. All right, now, but the blood group is incredibly important in blood transfusion. Is incredibly important in blood transfusion. All right, and don't forget when I started and I defined what the blood group is, I mentioned that there are antigens on the red blood cell. All right, I'm going to go into in-depth explanation now as well of what that means. All right, let me give you an example. If I am A, if my blood group is maybe A positive or A negative, right? It means that if my blood group is A positive, let's say it's A positive, we're looking at two antigens, right? The first one is the A antigen. It means that the A antigen is present in my body. All right, that's what it means. And don't forget, I define antigen as chemicals that are present on the red blood cells. All right, so now if the A antigen is present in my body, I would have what is called an antibody, right? So everybody has what we call antibodies. Now, antibodies fight against antigens, right? They fight against foreign antigens. So I have the A antigen present. And because I have the A antigen present, I will not now have antibodies that fight against the A antigen. I hope that is clear, all right? But because I do not have the B antigen, I would have antibodies. Naturally, my body will begin to produce antibodies that fight against the B antigen, right? So the body generally tries to keep its borders secure, right? So anything that is not meant to be within the blood, right, will be fought against, right, to the death, right? The body will do everything it can to kill it, all right? So that is what happens. So the instrument by which the body fights against foreign antigens is what we call antibodies, all right? So if I have an antigen present, my body will not produce antibodies against that antigen because my body doesn't want to fight against itself, right? But it will produce antibodies against foreign antigens, the ones that are not naturally occurring in my body, all right? So I'll have antibodies against the B antigen, So now, if for any reason whatsoever, I'm transfused with blood and I get both new antigens and maybe new antibodies into my body, what do you think that will happen, right? If I have A antigen present in my body and I have antibodies against the B antigen, if I'm transfused with a B blood group, a blood that is B blood group, right? That means that antigens on the B, right? The B antigens will enter into my blood. My antibodies that are against the B antigen will begin to fight. So that's what we call the blood transfusion reaction. That is just one of them. That is what we call the ABO incompatibility. All right. It's very important in blood transfusion. I'm just going to quickly go through the different antigens and antibodies. So if I'm A, that means I have the A antigen, I have antibody against B. If I'm B, I have the B antigen, I have antibodies against A, right? If I'm AB, it means I have both the A and the B antigen, and I will not have any antibodies, right? I will not have any antibodies, and that is the reason why AB are universal receivers. They can receive from anybody because they do not have antibodies that fight, they do not have antibodies that fight against any antigens. They can receive from anybody. All right. If I'm O, it means that I do not have any antigens. Right. That's what O means. The O there means is absence. I have neither A nor B. Right. But I would have antibodies to both. What that means is that I can give, that is especially O negative, right? I can give blood to anybody, right? Because I do not have any antigens present in my blood, right? Because I do not have any antigens, I have the antibodies to both A and B present, right? I can give to anybody, but I cannot receive from anybody except O. That is what it means to have O, right? And that is why O negative are called universal donors. They can give to anybody, right? I'll just touch briefly on what the negative and the positive means. Negative and the positive refers to a separate kind of antigen called the resource D antigen, right? So if it's positive, it means that the resource D antigen is present, right? So if you have, like I said earlier, if you have the resource D antigen present, you would not have antibodies to the resource D antigen. Now, if you're negative, AB negative, B negative, O negative, it means that you do not have the resource D antigen. And that is the reason why O negative, they can give to anybody. They don't have A antigen, they don't have B antigen, they don't have resource D antigen, right? Therefore, they can give, they're universal donors, they can give to anybody with minimal transfusion reaction, right? AB positive has all the antigens. They can't give to anybody else except AB positive, right? And because they have all the antigens, they do not have any antibodies, so they can receive from anybody. They're called universal receivers. All right. The resource D is also very important in childbearing. All right. But that is beyond the scope of this conversation, so I'll just stop here.
It seems like I am just so wrapped up in this conversation, and I don't even know that time is fast spent. Thank you so much, Dr. Wilson Ntang. You have broadened our knowledge. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so just to take away from this, we normally believe that ignorance is bliss, but not in this case. Knowing your blood group and genotype is not just paper information, but it helps reduce risk factors, and in some cases, love might never be enough, because above all, your blood group and genotype is a vital determining factor. If you have a pressing question and require in-depth answers, then send an email to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. I'm Amanda Emosibue saying, get a blood group and genotype test done. Stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching Business Day television.
From clean power to digital innovation, Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be had basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0, and they started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, to drive reliability and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately to produce, for people to produce more, and to also do that at a lower cost. So automation was meant to drive efficiency, increase production, and also lower costs. But the second topic, which is sustainability, is something that has now become very important, maybe in the last 20, 30 years, particularly. Right, organizations and industries are now very, very conscious of how their activities impact the environment. Right, so a lot of the global organizations have committed to net zero, net zero goals, and we are talking to them and helping them achieve these goals. Some of the sectors that we cover, and most of the sectors actually have some kind of environmental impact. And what we are then doing and working with this sector is to ensure that we're supplying products that are environmentally friendly, products that are not contributing any parts, that do not have any negative impact to the environment, even in the process of production, right? And when you look at Schneider Electric, we've been named the most sustainable company in the whole world for the past 2 years by Time Magazine. So it's not something that we preach, it is something that we practice. And that is why our customers, our partners trust us. And that's why they continue to rely on us for sustainable solutions. So for us, automation and sustainability are key topics that are pertinent to our customers today, that are important to industries today, and will continue to remain relevant.
From manufacturing to energy, experts here agree that digital transformation is no longer a distant dream, it's a daily necessity. And as industries automate, the conversation around sustainability is taking center stage.
What stands out most for us is our ability to create an ecosystem of partners in the region, in Nigeria, to drive access to energy, to drive electrification, and to drive technology into homes, buildings, data centers, infrastructure, and industries. The biggest ambition of bringing access to energy to everyone, the innovation landscape in Nigeria, the vibrant community, and the strive towards technology, innovation, and electrification has kept us in a solid development mode. The level of partnership we have created in the country and the growth that we have seen in the country have been exceptional.
You've heard about the new act, you've heard about the Min Good regulation. There are a number of regulations that support private sector investment and participation in the decentralized renewable energy space or interconnected mini grid space. Furthermore, with projects like the Nigeria Electrification Program and the DARES program funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank. This is not free money. These are loan facilities provided by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which we will have to pay back. That is, a significant step in the right direction in terms of understanding the need to provide incentives or grants to support private sector companies in coming in and deploying these solutions that are required to bridge the energy access gap.
I think for me, it shows success and it shows that things can actually get done in Nigeria. For a business, a global international business, to be in Nigeria for that long, that shows that something is going right in our country. A lot of companies struggle with making that investment decision as to whether to invest in Nigeria or not. But if a company like Schneider Electric can do business in this country with all of the challenges that it faces and still be successful, I think that speaks a lot to the type of market and economy that we have in our country.
The event also highlights the growing role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, ensuring that policy aligns with technology and investment to deliver tangible results.
What we reward is what we get. I think there needs to be a lot of more focus on our universities such that we're able to support research and development, such that these technologies are built in country. That's one way we can reduce our exposure to the necessity, you understand, of external financing, because we have the market, we have the intellect, we have the resources, and I think we can make it happen.
You see, that's part of what I mentioned during the panel session, that one of the things we are missing out is the partnership between industry and our academia. I think we need to do a lot more in promoting real research that results in innovative products that can be taken to the market. So you need the enabling environment, but you need industry to work with academia, because every technology that is used probably starts from the academia and then it gets industrialized in terms of its utilization. So I think that's a bit where I think more can be done, such that we can have homegrown technology in the country. Yeah.
The policies government put in place to unlock gas is very important. It will help that reliability and sustainability. The second thing is about policy around the energy transition itself. We need to be very careful in the way we set up that policy, such that it will not stifle industry, it will encourage people to come in and invest. And the last thing for me is around security. Security is a very big issue for us in the oil and gas industry. Government is to find a way to sort out the security.
Schneider has been a very sustainable company, and today means a lot, given the fact that they are also celebrating their 25th anniversary. Schneider has been a partner with NLNG even before they came into Nigeria. So our first trains came into operation in 1999, and we've been partnering with Schneider on automation as we were designing those trains. So today for me is really a victory for not just Schneider but for Nigeria as a country, and for all the companies that are partnering with Schneider in Nigeria. Is victory for us today. And I do know that Schneider is going to do more going into the future.
25 years on, Schneider's story in Nigeria is one of consistency, collaboration, and commitment to innovation. As the company looks to the next 25 years, the hope is that automation and sustainability won't just be buzzwords, but the building blocks of a stronger, smarter Nigeria. It's been 25 years of innovation, of automation and sustainability here at Schneider Electric, and it was lovely to capture some of the voices and some of the people who have been a part of this story for 25 years. My name is Elizabeth Musa, reporting for Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
watching Business Day Television.
And I thank you for joining us this afternoon on Business Day Television News Update. I am Destiny Momo. Cocoa prices have dropped more than 12% in November to about $5,400 per ton, extending a slide that began mid-year. This follows a dramatic turnaround from 2024 when prices soared 177% to record highs, accelerating after the Trump administration announced a 10% tariff cut on commodities not grown in the U.S., improving whether the West Africa is reportedly easing supply fears as farmers in Ivory Coast and Ghana say more beans will reach the market in December, thanks to light rainfall boosting pod growth ahead of the dry harmattan season, while many expect a stronger harvest compared with last year's weather-disrupted crop. The improved conditions contrast sharply with 2024 when heavy rains derailed harvesting and pushed global prices sky high, while a better weather and rising output are keeping downward pressure on the market. Cocoa began 2025 near $11,000, but persistent weakness has pushed it steadily lower, with November's slump pushing the commodity down over 50% year to date, marking one of its steepest annual declines. And moving on, Dangote Cement PLC has returned to the debt capital market to raise 100 billion naira via commercial papers offered to investors. The cement company opens the offers across Series A, Series 1, and Series 2 commercial papers under its 500 billion naira issuance program registered with the authority. The company hinted that the net proceeds from the commercial paper offers will be used for working capital purposes. According to reports, Series 1 commercial paper with 181 days to maturity is priced at a discount rate of 16.1026%, translating to an implied yield of 17.50% per annum. And also the Series 2 commercial paper offering with 265 days to maturity is priced at 16.6968%, translating to an implied yield of 19%. Details for the offer show that the program will close for subscription on November 19th. And through its investments, the company has eliminated Nigeria's dependence on imported cement and transformed the nation into an exporter of cement, serving neighboring countries. And also Nigeria's fixed income market saw a sharp drop in yields last week after system liquidity surged 58% to 6.17 trillion naira, driven by massive OMO maturities of CBN deposit placements and primary market repayment. According to reports, yields fell for BPS and OMO yields dropped 51 barrel. And while the CBN's 2.55 naira trillion almost sale drew a huge 515% oversubscription. And with more inflows on the 700 billion naira NCB auction ahead, analysts expect short-term rates to stay low. And our bond yields also eased about 20 BPs as investors sought safer assets, while Eurobond yields slipped 21 to 7.77%, reflecting stronger global appetite for Nigerian debt. Analysts say the wave of liquidity and improving settlement should keep yields trending downwards in the near term. Up ahead, International Energy Insurance CEO resigns. This and more after the short break. Stay with us.
Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news update. Away from that story, International Energy Insurance PLC has lost its managing director, CEO Olashukbo Shogolola, who resigned on November 12, 2025. Now, this marks the company's third CEO exit in just 3 years, highlighting ongoing leadership instability. And the resignation was disclosed in a regulatory filing into the Nigerian Exchange as Joyce Odiache, Executive Director Technical, has been appointed acting CEO to steer operations while a substantive head is sought. Analysts say the frequent leadership changes reflect internal restructuring challenges, particularly following Norrin Berger Advisory Partners Limited's acquisition of a 50.61% stake in 2024, while investors are concerned about the board governance, strategic alignment, and the company's post-acquisition direction. IEI shares closed at 2.72 Naira on November 17, with subdued trading despite a 60% year-to-date gain. As observers say, stabilizing leadership and appointing a long-term CEO is key to restoring investor confidence and securing the company's future in Nigeria's energy insurance sector. And meanwhile, the equities market opened the week lower as the all-share index fell by 1.26% to 5,159.77 points on Monday, erasing about 1.17 trillion naira from investors' wealth and dragging market capitalization to 92.3 trillion naira. The drop was driven mainly by a 10% decline in Dangote Cement and losses in major banks. And meanwhile, a market breadth, however, stayed positive with 28 gainers against 24 losers, as Sovereign Insurance led the gainers while Dangote Cement topped the losers chart. Trading activity also eased sharply from Friday's spike, with volume falling to 388.2 million units and value to 31.1 billion naira. And sector performance was largely bearish as the industrial goods, oil and gas, banking and consumer goods indices all declined, while the insurance index inched up by 0.07%. Meanwhile, October inflation slowed to 16.1% year-on-year from 18.0% in September, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. Also, the federal government is yet to submit the 2026 appropriation bill to the National Assembly with less than 2 months left in the fiscal year. Reports show that the Budget Office is still compiling the proposal, raising renewed concerns about the breakdown of the January to December budget cycle. A Budget Office official who confirmed ongoing work said the rollover of the 2024 budget into 2025 complicated the entire process. The delay comes amid reports that implementation of the 2025 budget has not begun as MDAs remain unable to upload cash plans since the cash planning portal was locked in May, stalling payments for capital projects. Experts fear the 2025 budget may spill into 2026 if the current delays persist, further straining government finances. And now to end the local news, Nigeria's inflation rate eased for the second straight month to 16.05% in October, the lowest level since March 2022. According to reports, the moderation driven by base year adjustments and slower food price growth contrast with a rise in month-on-month inflation to 0.93%. The organized private sector argue that the inflation numbers do not reflect market realities, with many SMEs shutting down the essential goods still out of reach. Economists question the sharp drop in headline inflation, adding that many Nigerians remain skeptical because the data does not match what they see in the market. And despite the easing trend, experts and the OPS groups urge the government to prioritize structural reforms in food supply, transportation, energy, and security. And coming up, Total faces war crimes allegations over Mozambique massacre. These and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome back to News Update. We now head to Africa. A French energy company is facing war crimes allegations, which it denies over a massacre near its multi-billion-dollar international gas project in northern Mozambique in 2021. In a complaint filed with French prosecutors, a human rights group accused TotalEnergies of complicity in war crimes, including the torture and execution of dozens of civilians held by local security forces in a cluster of shipping containers at its facility. Total has always denied responsibility for the actions of government troops and related security forces who were involved in guarding the Afungi Peninsula gas refinery development. The complaint was filed by a human rights group, the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights. The massacre by Mozambique forces took place in resource-rich Cabo Delgado province, where government troops were battling violent Islamist militants linked to the Islamist State group, with a gruesome reputation for beheading victims. Away from that story, Pick n Pay's founding Ackerman family, he sold about 64 million shares, as revealed by the South African retailer on Tuesday, more than a year after pledging to cede control of the struggling grocer. In May 2024, the Ackerman family say it will relinquish control of Pick n Pay as part of a revamp aimed at stemming losses, cutting the debt, and regaining market share. And Gareth Ackerman, who had been with the company for 4 decades, also announced he will retire as chairman after 14 years in the job. The placement shares, representing an 8.5% of Pick n Pay's total issued ordinary shares, were sold at 25.50 rand a piece in an accelerated book build, a 6.4% discount on the company's closing price on Monday, raising about 1.6 billion rand in proceeds. The Ackerman family's voting interest in the company will shrink to 36.8% from 49% following the sale, as it gives up majority control but retains the role as the anchor shareholder to support the retailer's turnaround efforts. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. COP30 host Brazil has created 10 new indigenous territories, with the climate summit hit by protests in recent days. The resignation means that areas, including one in part of the Amazon, will have their culture and environment protected under Brazilian law. The move follows similar actions from President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, whose government recognized indigenous possession of 11 territories last year. The latest measure will be formalized through a presidential decree. It comes as thousands have protested as the UN's annual climate conference, with some carrying signs reading "Demarcation Now." Earlier last week, demonstrators, some of whom were from indigenous groups, carrying signs that read "Our forest and not for sale," broke into the summit and tussled with security. And still on, Ukraine will receive up to 100 of France's Rafale F-4 fighter jets, as well as advanced air defense systems, and a major deal to boost Kyiv's ability to protect itself against deadly Russian attacks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky hailed the move as a historic after signing the letter of intent with his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron at an airbase near Paris. Deliveries of the Rafale F-4s are planned to be completed by 2035, while the joint production of interceptor drones is starting this year. Financial details are yet to be worked out, while reports say France plans to retract EU financing and also access frozen Russian assets, a controversial move that has split the 27-member bloc. We'll bring you the sports news after the short break. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to News Update, and now moving on to sports news. FIFA Pass will allow fans who have purchased World Cup tickets through FIFA to request priority visa interview slots at U.S. embassies and consulates. The State Department said the system will launch in early 2026, emphasizing that all applicants must still complete the standard vetting and eligibility process required for a U.S. visa. More than 6 million tickets are expected to be made available for the 2026 World Cup, which will feature 104 matches across 16 host cities in the United States, Mexico, and Canada, with 11 U.S. cities hosting a combined 78 matches, including group stage games, knockout rounds, and the final. And fans who need a visa and live in countries with available appointments are encouraged to apply as soon as possible, while travelers from visa waiver program countries may instead seek authorization through ESTA. And also, end the news, former world heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua will fight YouTube star Jake Paul in a professional bout in the United States next month. Joshua, 36-year-old former two-time unified heavyweight champion, will take on a YouTuber and turned boxer at a Kaseya Center in Miami, as the fight will consist of 8 3-minute rounds. And the bout is a replacement fight for America's Paul, who had been scheduled to take on lightweight Gervonta Davies in an exhibition match earlier this month before the fight was cancelled. Joshua has not fought since being stopped by British compatriot Daniel Dubois at Wembley in September last year in their IBF title bout. Now, this is where we wrap up the news update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.